Just make sure that we can move the car.
It's gonna be at your.
Setting up your for YouTube, but that's unlikely for them to have a dumb typo. The car. It's gonna be your setting up your for YouTube, but that's unlikely for them to have a dumb typo. The car. YouTube video, setting up is not very one of them.
Yes. Oh my gosh, thank you. So very good to see you. Yeah. Definitely, and I hope, I don't know if Karen needs help receiving people downstairs.
She's doing a great job. She was really helpful for there because
I know.
I'm running up alone too, yeah.
And knowing how to get up here and where to go and always confusing. I don't think
It's
good.
a beautiful space.
It's, I'm very, very grateful to have.
So I should close it.
Well, I can't tell you.
I'm glad that you come. Sorry about all the emails.
Try
about that.
closing.
That's compared to some of the primitive places we've done. That's great. There's new turtle. It's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Projectors.
Yeah.
It shouldn't. I think I can just.
Oh.
Does it exist? Whether or not I have it open on my laptop.
So in other words, this isn't the browser base. The base on this chart. It should
Yeah, it looks like it's still
still going.
going.
It'd be crazy if the were necessary, but we need to tell YouTube what's crazy.
Exactly.
What, while you're still getting set up here, I've got. Check and sure it's not.
Mute this.
You say a couple hours for your meeting? 4 hours. Sorry.
Alright, see ya. Bye. My damn kid, swear to God, the kid is no room shit. How are you?
No, not yet. But how are you? Good, how are you?
Well, W-2s.
She wants me to do it tonight.
Let me know if you need help because the mapping is crazy on it.
Okay.
I spent 4 hours the other day just trying to figure out how to map it. You're in a meeting,
But I don't know if they can.
but I know how to map it, so
Okay.
let me know if you need help
Well,
next week.
Yeah.
Just until it. Oh,
he wants.
hang on. You got a hand came It's pretty easy to do. I've done that. Just stared at the wall. Well, it's time.
That's right, that's what we're looking at.
Next one. we have.
You can see it at the bottom of the screen.
Oh, you can.
Well. Fair.
And this is.
Rena said she's in a meeting at the moment, but will be able to join us late. And Sam had said, yes, if he joins, it will be remotely and to help achieve quorum, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
well,
know
like
if
I,
that's confirmed.
you know, just to inform you that
Yeah.
I know that his phone was going through some stuff. So he's on fast.
Almost sound like it's a channel set.
Will you open the meeting for someone?
Yeah. One of our ancestors. Oh,
How do you fix these things?
yeah, I told us it's supposed to be working and it's not. Yeah. That's it,
Yes, exactly.
duct tape.
Back in the old days, we had these big monitors here, just slap on the screen.
Turn them on and off. Something happens.
The screen would change a little bit. Then it would behave.
Yeah. This still could be. I had. I have.
Are we ready?
Jackie's gonna introduce the president.
That's right.
It's not,
Real good.
If you need to, yeah, I mean, I'm good.
Fair. Okay.
Well, welcome online, everyone, and welcome everyone in the room as well. We'll start to open up the MITSC meeting, and we'll start with a little honoring to the creator before we begin. Olewan nagijin raskaman, milinin ach, benkiska pamoso bagin. Naga milinin, eduji wulin agwak, ewi bulti agyod, eliwitaz exkit kami. Ujuke mene nagijin raskaman, psidewen gazalmanin, nagadagwaji wujuke manin. Nimikwid hamano gina, elmi nikani yolo dited, naganiktig wachkua bazited. Thank you all very much, and I'm going to turn this over to Jackie.
Yes.
And for introductions. I don't know how to introduce them.
It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. My name is Jacqueline Terraza. You can call me Jackie. That's how most people know me. And I am the director of the Colby College Museum of Art. And I'm here partly to welcome you, importantly to welcome you. I will be seeing you this afternoon at 2 when we tour the exhibition Mate that is on view just a few doors down from where we physically are. So thank you so much for meeting here in Waterville so that you could see that exhibition and for reaching out to us. And I just want to say a couple of things as I introduce President Green. I came here 5 years ago, and before I arrived, I learned and I heard that in Maine, there was a very, very strong Native community that was very vibrant, and that it was one of the things that made the state so rich. And since then, I've had the opportunity to work with artists and other community members on exhibitions, on acquisitions, on programs, and most of all, on learning how a museum with its educational and communicative and cultural power can partner with your communities to really help people increase their understanding and appreciation of the richness of culture that makes all of us. And so I'm especially grateful to be here. President David A. Green started at Colby in 2014. He is our 20th president of Colby College. We have some long presidential tenures, which has made Colby very strong. And his tenure over the last 12 years has really been characterized by incredible innovation in academics, importantly, significantly increased accessibility and affordability of what it means to go to Colby for an education, and just as importantly, partnerships and engagement that have really not just positioned Colby, but helped Colby contribute more meaningfully here in Waterville, but much more broadly across the state of Maine and really in the field as well. And as I reflect, one of the things that I think about is what are we teaching Colby students? And one of the things that I feel that President Green's leadership and what you are making happen for Colby represents is that we are responsible for the well-being of each other, that we are citizens of our communities, and that Colby's engagement locally and in Maine is a manifestation of that in a way to model for students and create opportunities to be part of that dialogue. So with that, I'm just going to turn it to you.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I have to say I'm very honored to have all of you here in Waterville and also in a Colby facility here that really is very much a community facility as well. And to those of you who are online as well, welcome. This is just a couple of things because I know you have a very busy schedule today, but I just wanted to say a couple of things that are important to me. This is, since I've come to Colby, one of the things that has been defining about the way that we've approached things is it's about community first. And community is not simply about students and the faculty and the staff who are part of Colby, but it's about the broader communities throughout Maine, those who have been here for generations and those who have just come to this state, and to make sure that our place in this land and others are taken care of and that we're doing it in partnership with others in a way that's meaningful. You can see that in what's happened at downtown Waterville and the effort that we've put into this city to be able to bring it back to life. As we all know about communities that have been devastated in various ways, often from external factors that were not related to their own. And that was certainly the case here in Waterville with the mills that had been decimated over time, those that have been sustaining for the people here for more than a century. To have those lost and to not have anything to fill that gap was something that was not a tenable situation in my eyes, that we needed to be able to do something about that. The same way that Waterville had stood up for Colby back in 1929, when Colby was at risk of real going under, leaving this area, and the people of this city stood up. And I think that is the essence for me of community, is how we stand up for one another. Behind me is an ancient river that we all know well, that in the next decade may be running free for the first time in a very long time. It's a huge deal. And to do this right, we're going to need the expertise of all of you, all the ones who know about what this land should be like over the long run. This is going to be a very challenging issue. I think it's something that the folks who have been talking about changing the rivers, who now are having control of the dams, have been talking to us about other ways that we can help them. I have no doubt that you can help them more than we can help them on many of these things, and making sure that this is done the right way over time. It's an extraordinary opportunity, but it's not without a series of challenges and trade-offs and other things that will happen because of that. But to do it right would be something that for this state and for the future of all the people here over time would be a great thing to happen. But it has to be done well in all of this. So one of the great privileges that I've had over the last several years is, one, to see how the museum has been created groundbreaking exhibitions of art from Native artists from our area, Wabanaki artists, and then a deep connection to them, which is now expanded to Native artists across the country. And it's been truly extraordinary in a way that no other museum like ours has taken on before. And I would say it's a first step in what should be many steps along these lines. And I know that Jackie has been fully committed to this. The other privilege that I've had is we have a tradition at Colby, as many colleges do, where the highest honor that we can give any individual is an honorary doctoral degree from our institution. The idea of that honorary doctoral degree is to identify people who uphold the highest aspirations of our community, of our college, the kind of things that, how do you live a good life? How do you make a difference in the world? Over the last 4 or 5 years alone, I've been able to award honorary doctorates to some of our shared friends, which has been, for me, one of the great honors. And I'll say for our entire community at Colby, it's been one of the great honors and great fun. So your cousin Teresa Secord led things off for us. But now I tell Teresa she has too many honors, so we just have to stop.
It's true.
Right? Yeah. So she's got to be done. She's got to share all the good fortune with others at this point. But she's so deserving of it, and I think it's about time that people are recognizing not just the work of Teresa, but when I look at Jeremy Fry's recent his MacArthur Award, for example, and others, seeing people who have this suddenly are getting the recognition that they've long deserved, but now people are really seeing it, valuing it in a way that's important. Next, Molly and Dana Bryan came and we were able to award her an honorary doctorate. She's someone who has inspired me with the clarity of her voice, of her reasoning, of the advocacy that she has, but she does it in a way I think that just from the first time I really heard her talk, I said, you have to come talk to our students because they will hear you in a way that they've probably never heard some of these things before and things that they haven't considered before, and they need to take in a deeper way. And then in 2024, Dwayne Toma, who just lights up the room wherever he is. And even if the room is 5,000 people sitting outside, he has a way of just bringing a set of joy and optimism, but also deeply rooted in history and culture and tradition that just resonated with everybody who was present at that time. But that to me has been important for us to think about how do we make sure that we're always celebrating and recognizing and holding up as exemplars for our community, those who have made a difference in the world in a really positive and ongoing way. So having you here today is a real honor to be able to see that your work ongoing. It's important in the state of Maine, in this community in particular for us, and having you here in Waterville. Even if you can't get coffee in the morning, we're going to fix that though in just a minute. So we'll take care of the big things first. I'm going to get that done. But thank you for being here and allowing me to have a couple minutes with you as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yeah, it's an honor for us to be here as well. And we're trying to be a little bit, like spread ourselves out. We go out into our own communities as well from time to time, and places like Colby as well. Very gracious of you to have us. Thank you.
We're thrilled to be here. We get you a cup of coffee and meet it.
Well, anytime, you should please.
I don't.
It's our mistake. To get on. I will see you at the rivers. There's a book, the word Wabanaki.
This perfect timing.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. And thank you for having. Thank you for the opportunity. And I'll see you too. Yes.
Thanks, see you too.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, so let's start with roll call, and we'll go up onto the screen first. It looks like Ezekiel, you can kick us off.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Zeke Cross McDonald, Holton Bannermouse Indians.
Lewin, can't see who else is up there. Oh, Boss Man's up there.
I'm assuming you mean me, my good friend. Was Bizway. My name is Darren Ranko. I'm one of the Penobscot Nation reps to MITSC. And I also have my Team Wabanaki hat on. So in case you guys were confused which team I represent.
Okay, sounds good. Mr. Barnes.
Good morning. Joey Barnes, representing Indian Township, member of the Passamaquoddy tribe.
Thank you. And start here on the left.
Hi, Bert Bolges. I'm the other commissioner representing the Penobscot Nation. And while I'm here, I'd like to thank everyone from Colby College, President Green, for allowing this place and all the honors that they've given our people. So anyway, leave it at that.
I'm Bob Checkaway. I'm one of the state members, like Bert. Wow, thanks for the welcome to the people at Colby. Daryl, we've got to get ourselves a state of Maine beanie like that. if we're really going to follow through with wardrobe, but hello to everyone on the screen and everyone here in the room.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rachel Bell. I'm the projects coordinator with MITSC. Happy to be here with you all.
Thank you.
Nels Kramer, one of the 2 state reps.
Jill Tompkins, I'm a member of the Penobscot Nation, and I am the executive director of MITSC.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jill, and thank you, everyone. And thank you also, if Colby is listening, thank you to Colby as well for hosting us and the great address by President Green. And I don't think we have quorum, is that correct?
Correct.
We are missing Rena and Sam. All right. We do have an agenda. And how does that agenda look and fit with everyone? I know there's a couple of items on there that would need vote, but we do not have quorum at this point. Any questions on the agenda or comments? Concerns? All right, so move on then. And we'll go to reviewing and approving the July 18th minutes and November 14th meeting minutes. We cannot approve them, but was there any comments on the July meeting?
No objections.
No objections. Seeing none, how about November? Was it November? Yeah, November 14th.
Yeah, if we had a quorum, I'd move their adoption.
We do not, so we'll hold those until we have such quorum. Oh no. The chair seat is expiring. And I'll turn that over to Jill.
I guess my question is how does MITSC wish to proceed on that? Is it I guess in the past, Bob, you were part of a search committee that found.
That was the way we did it last time. I don't know that we have a prescribed method for chair replacement, but certainly the easiest would be a return to office for Newell if you are willing to do it. But we're always open to other ideas.
Robert.
I thought we had this discussion, either
In Augusta?
or going to or
Problem was there's no quorum, so we couldn't really vote in an official way, so.
yeah, I thought,
We have the same
we
situation.
asked you
Right.
if you'd be willing to stay on, and I think that
What they say.
yes.
It's in the minutes.
And so I think that's just a matter of being able to have quorum and vote that into place. And that's the problem, is the quorum, right?
Yes.
So, when I saw that last night when I was reading this, I thought, we really had to address that. And you had expressed that you would be willing to stay on it, which I know being a part of that committee, I remember the other process of that. Once we have quorum, I guess we can address that and actually that to a vote.
Okay.
I would just ask Newell, at some point, could we do a phone meeting? And we can get everybody together to basically approve all the things that we've had to pass on.
We certainly could. Yep. So we want to do that maybe on some upcoming Friday, or
Right.
is that a good date for everyone still?
Phone meeting?
Yeah, basically a Zoom, we do a Zoom.
Soon a Zoom conference, we have to call it, but we'll call it if everybody's willing to attend that and have.
Would provide notice, and Rachel takes care of that.
What is the potential date?
We don't have one yet.
Early February, maybe.
I mean, as long as it's sometime work hours for me, it should be okay.
Yeah. So not the 13th of February, because I'll be out of town, but I'm gone that week.
It's the 20th look for folks while we have you here.
January.
February 20th.
Well, I'm on the road until March, but I can find a way, as long as I'm not in a dead zone, I can find a way to call it.
You just need a satellite link, move around. I see.
I have lots of openings that day, the 20th.
Mr. Barnes?
Yeah, whatever you need me to do, I'll be available.
All right,
As long as it's not late in the afternoon, because it is high school basketball season and I'm going pretty much every night.
yeah, I would say 10 o'clock. 10 a.m. probably would be the start time. No?
Oh, can we do 10:30? Sorry.
10, we have a 10:30. Do we have an 11?
Well, I'll be
Sorry,
in
I have a
California.
meeting until 10:30.
10:30, done.
What day are we talking about then?
February 20.
20, okay.
It's a Friday.
Friday.
I'm available.
Looks fine to me too.
No objections?
I'll be
So
there.
that'll have to be noticed. Rachel will take care of
Yeah.
that.
And I'll follow up with Sam and Rena to see
Okay.
if they can make it.
Yeah, because we would need everyone, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Need everyone to make it work. All right. Administrative update.
I'm not sure why I decided to split this apart from the staff report that we have at the end, but I think because it was kind of time sensitive issues and some decisions were made the last meeting to basically close down the office at Popsbook. We weren't using it. We were getting pushed out of it anyway. And they were really cooperative and they had no problem doing that. They needed the space. So effective January 30th, our lease has been completed. In the meantime, we're releasing a storage locker in Old Town Orono, which we used before for the archives. So it's only like a 5x10, but there's really, really very little MITSC property now that the 85 boxes are at UMO.
Climate control?
Yes,
Okay.
and
Yeah, thank you.
security and fire, all of that. Plus it'll be insured under our policy. So there's that. And then, I don't know, Rachel, do you want to mention, we don't have a huge amount of property. We do have laptops and printers that are like the staff's home and Pat's using one. There's some old equipment that was shoved under the eaves, which I didn't know about. And so we actually have new equipment that will probably be better than that stuff that was there.
Yeah, the old equipment is like for conference calls. It's like tech that's expired, I think, at this
Right,
point.
so is it still viable equipment or is it just like?
I doubt
move
that
in-
it is,
move
but
it on out?
we were gonna try to maybe put it out there to see if someone could use it.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. We'll try to sell it, and if not, maybe we can donate it to another nonprofit. If it's even usable, people
Do
don't.
like computers and stuff like laptops and so on.
No,
It's more like a thing that sits in the middle of the table for a conference call,
Oh, okay.
Like pre-Zoom world
right?
tech.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it's not anything that has our any information.
Mm-mm. No,
Rachel's gonna do an inventory, take pictures, and then we'll have a spreadsheet of what's in there and what happened to it.
I remember that pre-Zoom, so we were just discussing that.
can't remember what they used to call those things that you set in the middle of the table. They had a name for
They
them.
did telecoms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe Dwayne Tomo will take it from the museum.
So there's that, and keep you posted on that. And then the address is changing, has changed actually effective January 1st. So that's now PO Box 386 in Old Town. So that's just across the river from me. So I'll be checking that like 3 times a week. And so, and I've been in the process of switching all our addresses on bank accounts and other things and letterhead. So that's so if you catch an address that gets by me, please let me know. go and take care of that.
So do you have office space? Or you're working out of your home?
Yeah, we're working on our homes, so I have an office. But we're fortunate because we're so close to UMO and then Penobscot Nation's right there. So if we needed to have, meet with people, there's plenty of space around.
Yeah.
And I have a big living room, so okay, meet there. I did too.
Yeah, I have a whole area looking for me too.
Okay, good to know.
When you get the chainsaw award for cutting expenses.
Yeah. So we had talked about last time, whereas it's been several months before I've been able to give you a full financial report, with all the different schedules and so on. And that was as a result of having to move to QuickBooks Online, and QuickBooks itself is discontinuing the desktop. So you're kind of like under the gun to do that. The transition didn't go well, even though we had the QuickBooks people on the phone and we've been working with them month by month. And a lot of it has to do with how it's set up, like the original setup of it. So I'll talk about what difficulties that's happened is. So we went and we set it up, and then we talked to other bookkeepers and like, oh no, don't do it that way. So we've had to make transitions again. So I was put in contact with Vicki Pouliot, and you can find her in the Better Business Bureau as well. She was very, very experienced, not only in QuickBooks, but in straightening out other people's QuickBooks. So, I did get some references for her, and they said she has experience with straightening out messes. So, I feel very badly about it because this is not the way I ordinarily operate, but because of the way it's set up. But I think once she can get us in line with, and without going into the weeds on it, once she gets us set up the right way, then it's not as difficult problem to maintain it. So when we get into the financial report, see a little bit what I'm talking about. So she did send a proposed contract. It's a lot shorter than the ones that MITSC usually does, but I've been accused of being wordy, so I thought I would let you have a look at this. It's very reasonable, and it's a flat fee, $400 a month.
Yeah.
So extremely reasonable. She doesn't do billable time, and she offers all, the services that we need. In addition to somewhat, she'll work with Pat to make the transition to get things straightened out. So she's already aware that that's going to happen. Because I'm not sure if I knew last time, but I went and looked, and Pat's contract is actually 18 months as opposed to the usual year. So hers goes through June, and so there would be a 6-month overlap at least, and then see what happens in June.
All right, thank you.
I guess the last thing was, there is, as you know, we've been working to get the MITSC archives into sort of the state system and having it digitized. We're getting more and more requests for information. So we did have a meeting on that with the archivist and then the director of the Folger Library to figure out what do we do when they get a request like this, because it will go into the state archives, but they don't have this material. And it's actually maybe other tribal organizations have it. So we're trying to come up with a process for taking care of that. So we started with our first one, which is when I did a separate handout. Maybe we might not. But Rachel, can you pull up the chart?
If you really want me to, but it will take a second because I got preoccupied creating the new Zoom and doing Teresa's thing, so I don't have it like in. But do you want me to look for it?
If you can. It's not okay. Much trouble. So anyway, this has to be a very cooperative arrangement between all the different entities that to have their fingers in it. But the concern is that MITSC has 43 years of documents and 85 bankers boxes full of materials, and they all have to be gone through to make sure that there's not any kind of personal information in there. Even listing people's addresses, things like that. So there's a whole protocol that they go through. So what they would like to do is they do have to review them before they can release any documents. They have to basically bless it and say, yes, this is fine to go. So they have all our materials. The problem is they don't have the staff there or the equipment to do this kind of massive digitization, but the state archives does, and they have staff. So what they're asking for permission just to be safe, was to ask the commission's approval to simply take the paper files from MITSC to the state archives, or the archivist will review it for that personal information and cull out things, because there's a lot of documents that aren't MITSC produced, and that's what we're looking to maintain, is the MITSC produced ones.
Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, if you go down a few pages. Yeah, there. So and Rachel and I, and who else? Was it Teresa? No, it was Katie. Went and spent 2 days at the Folger Library and went through, I must say, maybe 25 boxes and pulling out things that MITSC hadn't produced, but they were like other reports from other states and what they have done and that kind of thing. So that all has to be taken out, because that's, there's some copyright issues about that anyway. So that won't be in our archives. But anything that MITSC has produced will be digitized, and they'll create an inventory. And then it will come back to MITSC, and then anybody else who wants to, will get to review the state's work. And if there's anything, that we're worried about or questioning, what we're looking for is there anything that shouldn't be disclosed? Otherwise, everything is under the Freedom of Access Act and can be researched and distributed. So we get the inventory list and we get a copy of all the digitized files. We'll have to talk to Rafi. I don't know where we store those. It probably could be fairly substantial in terms of what memory we would need. I don't know if that's something that would go on our website, but at the very least, we would have a link to the archives and to the Folger Library where people could get this information. There was a question about when can this start, and they asked the two professors who teach, like Darren and is it Micah Pauling at UMO, if they were planning on using any of our materials in their spring semester, and apparently I guess they are. So this is going to have to wait till the summer. So that's when that would happen. And then once that process has gone through, then the paper materials would go back to UMO and they'll be physically contained there. So that's that chart that Rachel was speaking of. So they just want to know, basically if you have any objection to doing that, but I think it can be trusted with the papers. So, and it'll be archive staff. I can't remember which way they're going, what those archives are picking them up and then you'll always bring them back, or vice versa, something like that. But it'll always be an archivist involved.
So the end product, are we talking about searchable online information?
Yes.
Okay.
And I guess
anything that would be non-confidential.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Again, MITSC produced mostly. So we're making progress, but it's a little bit of a daunting task. But they were just great to work with too. It was very willing to do whatever they could to make this happen.
Right. Good.
Should I stop sharing?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Wow. We had a schedule. Okay, I guess we're up to you.
Okay, is that all done with that item?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Update on state appointed commissioner vacancies. So I did touch base with Jerry Reed. We have not got together yet. But we also had some additional information, which I think I'm gonna ask Commissioner Checkaway if you'd like to share anything.
Not a great deal of discussion, but I happened to talk to Governor Mills earlier this month. A wide-ranging discussion. It was, she's asking for people to support her Senate campaign, so it gives supporters a chance to ask, what's your position on this or that. And when I brought up the subject of the vacancies, I was met with sort of a hostile reaction that Janet was still kind of sore about what had happened with the last round of appointments. And I didn't argue with her beyond that, but I came away with the feeling that if we want any more state appointees, we're going to have to name them, come up with the recruits ourselves, that she's not going to have the governor's office go find others for us. Now, I misheard her on internet gaming as well. So I could have gotten this wrong. Won't hurt to go back to Jerry Reed and remind him that we still have those vacancies, but I think we'd probably get farther if we actually had names to offer.
And she said, she told you she was opposed to the internet gaming. I don't think you misheard.
Yes, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm being obscure there, but when we talked about internet gaming at the time, I get the impression she was dead set against it. And to those who haven't seen it, this morning's news is that she signed whichever bill was held over from the last session. So I got that wrong. I may have gotten the governor's intent on the vacancies wrong, but let's just say we're going to have to push up that hill to get any vacancies filled.
Yeah, I don't think she signed it, but she didn't.
Oh, that's right. Let it become law.
She let it become law, correct? Yeah. And as far as the vacancies goes, I mean, if that's what, I mean, I'll clarify that with Jerry, but I think we've come up with names before in the past and they've just pushed them aside and said, no, we're gonna have our own commissioner list or whatever, the nominees to push forward. So I think that's a little change of direction there as well.
Yeah, I don't think the governor said to do that, or Jerry didn't say to do that.
No, you just said.
I'm confounding things when I read the situation and say, well, I don't think she's going to appoint anybody. Perhaps we should come up with our own slate.
Oh, you're saying that, sorry.
Filling the void there.
So do we still have a list that we were looking at?
Some people that apparently had been passed on in the past, but then I think there's new people now that kind of have been in this job a little longer, can get a sense of what she was like. She was looking for people who could, in the beginning, help with like economic development, things like that. I was also thinking, and once you hear Teresa's presentation on her paper about trying to utilize the municipal authorities of the tribes, I'm thinking it would be great to have a lawyer who's really experienced in municipal law to see how possibly that can be used, that power. And so, looking like down east, Sunrise Council, Economic Council. So I need to kind of look at different areas of expertise that might be helpful to the commission.
This is old news too, but back when I was first confirmed in 2019 or whatever it was, Rachel Talbot Ross was disappointed that all the nominees were old white men, and the word on the street or in the hallways at the time was that the governor would like to find women from the Northern Congressional District, which is a very narrow, when you overlay that with the Venn diagram of people who are interested in state tribal affairs, it's a short list. But if there's anybody listening on the live stream who might be interested in joining the commission or know somebody who would, please get in touch with me at my email, robert.checkaway@gmail.com, or our executive director or our chairman, Newell Louie. We'd all be delighted to hear from you.
Yeah, very much so.
Just want Bob and Nels, how did they find you? How did you come to be on the commission?
I volunteered.
You just knew there was vacancy.
I had been, I'd done odds and ends of legal work connected to MITSC or tribal members, and actually followed their meetings for a while. And then Paul Thibault put the squeeze on me and said, look, if you're going to be here, why don't you join the commission? I hadn't thought of that, but Kevin Hancock and I were the two volunteers that year. The others were somehow recruited through the governor's process. And Nels was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Nels had retired from IF&W just as the commission was returning to its boundary waters regulation duty. And I think it was you, Jill, who planted the seed with the governor's office that we could use somebody who knows fisheries.
Sorry. No, but he's been a tremendous asset to that project, so it's been wonderful. I was just wondering if there's any commissioners in the past who resigned, maybe because there was something going on and that they might be approachable to return.
John Banks, no.
No, yeah.
Sorry, Darren. No,
Yeah.
Darren.
Yeah, so I don't
You know,
know.
Darren, awesome, plays with,
Like Kevin Hancock.
Yeah, I have never met him, but
oh, I just talked to him,
Yeah.
last month, I think.
You could reach out to him.
See if he's willing to, he's been busy, but yeah,
mhm.
but,
He's just got a business to run. That's it.
yeah, just, very large business, that just.
Just, and, yeah, just for the record, it's completely at the governor's discretion and you can make suggestions,
Right.
but you can choose to ignore
Exactly.
them.
I think Rena might have been raising her hand.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good
Thank you.
morning.
Morning.
Good to see everybody. Thank you for having me jump on a little bit late. I was in a meeting with the chief, on another meeting with the chief. I just wanted to add in here, are we aware of whether or not the governor's office of boards and commissions, whether they advertise the seats that are available on this commission?
That's a good question. I don't think so.
I'm not aware of them doing.
There's a contact person, I think the office, I may be getting it incorrect, but there is a contact for boards and commission and they kind of advertise available seats on various boards, advisory or whether or not they have to go through the governor's office or they can just be, or they have to go through committee, for confirmation. And I'm just wondering if, the MITSC seats are advertised. Maybe we can double check that.
That's a great question, Rena.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah,
Follow up on that.
yeah.
It
That'd
used
be
to
all right
be,
if Rachel looked at that.
Missy O'Neill, was the head of boards and commissions, but she's moved on. I don't know who's replaced her.
Yes,
But there is-
you're correct there. It was Missy O'Neill. Thank you.
So can we have somebody look at that?
Yes, and in the meantime, I can assemble some of the names and you can contribute them. Anybody comes to mind for you, and then maybe at the February meeting, look at the list.
I will also pose that question to Jerry as well.
Oh, yeah.
About the boards and commissions.
Right, yeah, and we can
Idea.
check in with them as well.
We're short, how many commissioners, 4, right?
4, yeah.
And you mentioned the certain demographic that. The middle of the, or basically northern territories, right? I think that, I don't know if it's possible to reach out as well, anyway, to those areas. Find somebody, personally, I think if we, it'd be good, I think she's right, looking for, females to fill in a certain gap, because, we should have a little bit of a balance, and I know for our traditional way, we guard the women's opinions very highly. I don't know if there's a way to reach out in those areas.
But so just an idea that, you saying that, and I'm thinking back, we did have a Passamaquoddy as a state commissioner.
Gail Dana.
Yeah.
There's no rule against that, and
No.
my suggestion to those of you who live in the northern part of the state is just think of the people who aren't tribe members that you deal with all the time and are, hopefully reasonable, especially if you've got anybody in town or county government, anybody with forestry experience or forestry degree, anybody that is situational awareness and can be counted on to show up.
I bet you asked about a lawyer with municipal experience and a name came to mind, so I'll submit
Okay.
that as
Yeah, I
well.
was thinking maybe Bob knows someone to can also contact the Bar Association,
Yeah.
kind of look at the directory and see whose names come up. I mean, not just that, hopefully they've got others.
All right, sounds like a little bit of a plan. Yes? Anybody else? Rena, Darren, Zeke?
Newell, Willingwood, I will reach out to a former representative that had expressed interest in serving as a MITSC commissioner. Well, I'll reach out to that representative.
Oh, we're Lewin.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Joey?
Hi, everyone. No one really comes to mind. I remember when we put together a list of people and there was like Judd SD Kendall was on that list. Can we suggest him again? I mean, he always seemed like a great choice to me.
We could. Great idea.
I second that. That'd be great.
But yeah, and I can also be on the lookout for people around.
Anybody want to third that?
I'll third that, Newell.
That sounds great. Appreciate that, all of it. So if there's nothing else, we'll,
I think the only other thing I'd add is that I was told, maybe Rachel, you remember this, that the Judiciary Committee offered to assist. Like if appointments weren't being made.
I do remember that. It was when we submitted the bill for staggered terms and asked for a reduced quorum. And the staggered terms were approved, but the reduced quorum wasn't. But then they stated at the same time, if you have trouble getting the seats filled, come back to us and we'll help make sure that happens.
That's right.
Thank you.
Question, Newell?
yes.
As you mentioned, the Judiciary Committee, when does MITSC or Jill Newell, Rachel Bell expect to have a conversation with the Judiciary Committee? Is that coming up fairly soon as this new session begins? And can you mention it as part of your update? Have you been invited to the Judiciary Committee to provide an update yet?
No,
Nema?
no.
Does it start at the beginning of the legislative year? We did appear, it was last session or last half. So
Okay,
it's-
year one.
Yeah, we did do a presentation there.
It seems valuable though to make a point of connecting.
Right, oh, certainly,
And
yeah.
having this conversation even.
Well, we have something coming up later in the agenda about the word Indian in the name, so that may be an opening to talk to them about that issue as well.
For
Nice. What's that?
For instance,
Oh,
We can still use the same letter.
oh, yeah, right.
I mean, it is more accurate than native.
I know the next item 6, sorry, so anybody have anything else on the commissioner seats? I didn't poll everybody, but I guess Nels? Did you have comment on the commissioner's agenda item or you
I
also?
mean, I can come up with a couple of people to suggest at some
Perfect.
point, but
Yep. It's great. I mean, the more names we have, right, the more likely we'll have to hit one that might spark interest.
Do you need 4? Yeah, I'll follow up with you.
okay.
All right, so item number 6 is the amendments to the legislative involvement bylaws, but I don't think we're gonna have we still do not have a quorum. But is there anything that you wanted to present on that?
No, just they have to be formally approved, but just with the understanding that this is the process we'll follow for this session. Do we need a legislative committee?
Oh.
Or is everybody on it?
Well, we've had we've had. I think Darren kind of took the place of, John Mace left, and Bob's been on that committee forever,
And Ezekiel as well,
and he,
and Rena.
and Rena.
Rena,
Ooh.
Bob and
So-
Darren.
So I mean, I think if you're asking the question, we should still have it. I mean, it's there if we need it. And then, like you said, are we all involved in that? We should be, right? We should all.
We will eventually be, yeah, but
Yeah.
maybe it's a screening mechanism.
Yeah, that's what it was, it's basically,
Yeah.
together and discuss it, and bring them to the rest of the body. Same thing was.
Right. And I know last spring, I know Ezekiel was very instrumental in bringing stuff to us from the legislative body, as well as Rena.
Mhm.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Can we get updated either now informally or at the next regular meeting on what's ahead in the legislative session? I didn't realize until yesterday that they were actually in session. They've been meeting and having things go on, but I guess now it's for real.
Yeah, I think yesterday was the third day, correct?
Yeah, it started on the 7th. So, yeah, I've been looking to see like in the legislative, see if there's anything there, like lists.
Yeah.
Like so they used to like list the titles of bills and then cloture dates and all that, but I don't see that. So I asked Rachel if Wabanaki Alliance knew more about what's pending down the pike.
How about Ezekiel? Have you heard or seen anything?
I'll let Rena start. See you.
I'll give it to you, president of the board. I'll chime in after.
Okay, well, the start of the session, we have been, I guess, laser focused on an iGaming question. The chiefs have been in long negotiations with the governor's office throughout that recess. As you can see now, that the outcome of that, there are 3 main sovereignty bills that were held over: the Federal Beneficial Acts Bill, the task force recommendation bill. And the third that was just kind of highlighted was the Department of Education bill. But the two would be the sovereignty bills.
Do those Ezekiel? Sorry.
Yep. So we held that over last session, and I mean, this is all kind of breaking news that whether or not we will continue to hold that over is, I mean, that's likely. I can't say it's for sure, but it just comes down to whether or not we have better chance of getting those bills through with the new governor after Mills is gone, which is likely. So that strategy is still ongoing, whether or not we haven't really, it's still ongoing. But Rena, if you want to chime in as well.
Yeah, Willie One Zeke, just to let everybody know, I had a quick conversation with the chief this morning, upon his return from Augusta. I missed him yesterday afternoon because I was offsite on a Zoom call. However, I did speak to him this morning, and he shared, what took place when they were down there on Wednesday. I think I could say that he's very pleased with the outcome. It's also my understanding from him and Jill or Noel. I'll raise the question if you weren't given a letter, but it's my understanding, Zeke, maybe check. I don't know if it was addressed to you as president of the Wabanaki Alliance or if it was addressed to Mullion as the executive director. But Chief Bassett explained to me that there was a letter that was drafted and sent over to the Wabanaki Alliance relating to the chief's priorities for this legislative session. So Jill and Noel, I'll inquire with the chief following this meeting because he's asking me to give him an update when this meeting concludes today. And I'll ask him if he can forward or if they did forward a copy of the letter to MITSC as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rena.
Yeah, okay. So I just wanted to say that that letter did get to me. Yeah.
Okay.
And it was from my understanding, talking to Chief Sabatis, it's united kind of response from the chiefs about their plans this coming session.
Okay.
And was that copied to whom, Ezekiel?
That was that was forwarded from Mullion to me. So that was, I think, originally sent to her from there's Corey Hinton from on behalf of the Chiefs.
I'm sorry. From what?
From Corey Hinton on behalf of the Chiefs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that that's a letter that should be everywhere, but we can, yeah.
Well, Zeke, I mean, if you can send me a copy of that, I'd appreciate it, just being on the Wabanaki Alliance board. But I'll go back to Chief Bassett to see if he can get a copy over to Jill and Newell for MITSC.
Rena, I'm looking at it now, Rena. It was sent to you. I can resend it to you as well.
I appreciate it.
It didn't come in until yesterday, though. Yeah.
Blue one?
Thanks, Zeke. Thanks, Rena.
Usually I search the legislature's website for any bill that includes the terms Indian or Native or Indigenous, and nothing was coming up. They've changed the search engine, so of course they mystified me, but I have no idea what's on the session ahead.
And I don't know enough about the legislative process to know when bills can be proposed in this second session. Or did they have to come from the first session, and then when they're held over, it was hard to tell if they're held over or did they actually die on the appropriations table. So, but Rena could probably help me understand that process a little bit.
Well, actually, Zeke, correct me here. I think when I was down there, I had my legislative aide, Brian Collar, and he established a spreadsheet, which was very helpful, that he maintained himself, about incoming bills and the status of each bill and what happened to each bill during between sessions, whether they were being carried over or whether they died. And it's my understanding, Zeke, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the Wabanaki Alliance kind of took that over, and that Toby McGrath was continuing to do that for us. Is that still happening, Zeke?
He did it last session, yeah. I can assume we can request that he continue to do it this session as well.
Yeah, so maybe we can ask for that to be sent over to Jill and Newell.
Sure, yeah.
Is that helpful, Jill?
Yes, that would be enormously helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, Willie, one ambassador.
Brian Colleran was just wonderful when I started to keep us on track.
Yeah, he was. I just heard from him the other day.
He's doing well.
Meetings, yeah.
So those amendments are for MITSC bylaws?
Yes.
Yes, so we'll have. And can you make a list of like what we're gonna have to need, we may need for that February 20 meeting?
I'll have an agenda for you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. All right, thank you both up there on the screen as well. And Mr. Chuckleway. Main voices rising, Teresa, where is Teresa?
She is in Australia.
Australia, okay.
She's gone.
It's the middle of the night.
Yeah, she's gone back home. Yeah, she would have had to get up at like 3 in the morning to participate in this.
Okay.
Do you want me to share the video?
Could we possibly have a break before we jump
Sure.
into this video?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute.
Yeah, it's about a 32-minute presentation.
Okay.
So you might want a cup of coffee.
Oh, yeah.
So it's very dense. I mean, her papers are
President will get some coffee, so.
What's the video? I've read the.
It's Teresa basically giving an overview of what her paper was.
Is it an audio tape version or?
Yeah, we did a Zoom with her and recorded the Zoom, and
Right.
so she's presenting through this.
Rather than have her coming in at 2 because, these time of year, it gets dark at 4:30. So,
And this, yeah, she's actually technically her work with MITSC is done, so she was doing this really kind of as a favor
okay,
to the commission.
great. All right, we'll be back.
Oh.
Maybe it was song.
Is there wait, is
I'm not plugging it.
there a Colby lobby?
No, I think you just sign in as a guest, but you do have to enter your email.
We want your name and email,
It asks for a conference ID.
just skip it.
Just skip it.
To tell you, well, there's donuts
What?
from Hillman's Bakery.
Registration.
And I'm just gonna leave the live stream running and I'm gonna shut it off and then.
Are we muted or?
It's not muted. I can set it muted. Just remind me to.
Okay, where are we? Oh, with the main voices rising.
Oh, right.
And we had a what do you would call her, consultant?
She was a
Grad student?
Yeah, she was a fellow.
Fellow, okay. That took a look at that.
We had gotten a grant to work on issues of food sovereignty and sustenance and a few of the issues, and there were kind of things that just I know I was looking for more research on, and met with Tony and Judd, and they were interested in doing that and some historical things. So really, we were so helpful. It was so helpful to have her contact us, and she just tackled all of this work and did a great job. She also went and collected like all the Indian agent papers, something like that the university had. And so now we've got copies of them. So
Great.
yeah, she kind of did that on her own. So that was very helpful.
So learning municipal power.
Yeah, so we got a ton of value out of her.
Enhanced government control over something.
Let me know when you're ready and I'll push play and hopefully you'll hear this.
What's the rest of that sentence say? Over and
Oh.
something.
Access to fisheries.
Oh, that's
Ready to come back?
it. Over and access to fisheries. Okay.
Okay.
She almost ready to come back?
So thank you everyone for making the time. This is my final presentation to the Commission, presenting my final paper, which is titled Leveraging Municipal Power to Enhance Wabanaki Control Over and Access to Fisheries.
Turn that out.
This is just what I'm going to step through, so I'll just quickly refresh everyone on the frame for this final piece of research. I'll run through my high-level findings. As with the others, this is very dense legal territory, so I'll try to make it accessible and just give the high notes here, but I'm happy to answer questions and be further consulted about any of my findings, or if there's areas we want to look further into. And then at the end, I'll just flag what I'm thinking in terms of publication of some of this work, and I welcome the Commission's thoughts on that. So, the scope of the research, we all know the nations in Maine are given this designation of municipalities under the Settlement Act. Obviously, there's huge problems with that, and those are the subject of ongoing advocacy by the nations, and there's very legitimate questions whether this municipal status has any place with respect to sovereign nations. This research doesn't get into those questions. The thinking with this is, while it's here, what can be done with it? Where can this municipal framework be harmonized with the nation's existing rights? Where might it conflict? Where might it be useful? And in coming to form the questions of this paper, it just became apparent that there wasn't a sort of clear setting out of what the municipal powers in Maine are and how they might interact with the nation's rights. So that's the basic premise of the research. I just have there the language in the Settlement Act and the Mi'kmaq Nation Restoration Act, which confers the municipal status. Largely equivalent. Maybe the Mi'kmaq is slightly more restricted. And then I've got just the sections of the paper there. So the range of powers and functions retained by municipalities under Maine law. Obviously, municipalities have a wide range of functions and responsibilities. I was focused on any powers that they have that might impact coastal areas, riverine areas, and fisheries. And that's because of the grant that this research was commissioned under, which is, as the Commission might recall, food sovereignty, sustenance, fishing rights, and the like. Second part of the paper, interactions with the Wabanaki Nation's rights under the Settlement Acts, and also at general law. There's obviously pockets of Maine state law which are purporting to confer certain rights on the nations as well. So I consider those in addition to just those under the Settlement Act. And then the third part, I identify some areas that might be worthy of future study and exploration. These are the places where the municipal powers or precedents may be additions to what the nations are already doing or helpfully assist some of those ongoing efforts by the nations. So not all of them are going to add anything, particularly given the nations have quite a broad range of powers to regulate hunting, trapping, and fishing within their own territories. They have their own codes, they have their own climate plans, they have strategic plans that include natural resource initiatives. So I wanted to make it clear that I'm focused on areas where we're adding something to that existing wealth of resources, and it's pretty impressive what the nations have been able to do already in terms of management of natural resources, given how restricted the legal environment is. So, landscape of municipal power. This is the bulk of the start of the paper, basically setting out what this power looks like for municipalities in Maine. The first finding there, home rule. This principle sort of dominates municipal law in Maine. Basically, it can be surmised as municipalities in Maine retain all the rights that have not been expressly or implicitly denied to them by the state. So everything that hasn't been taken away. In that sense, it sort of resembles the sovereignty doctrine for tribal nations under federal Indian law, obviously with a very different rationale and slightly more restricted, but that's the general structure of that. So this has led in Maine, at least I'm thinking about food sovereignty movement, for instance, the municipalities leading the state legislature in certain areas. So they experiment and try things that may or may not fall to be adjudicated by a court, or the legislature may step in and affirm that they have the powers they're exercising. But yeah, it affords them quite a broad repository of power to govern their own local affairs. And it's been used, across the nation. I mean, Maine is unique. In other states, they have most of the other states have a more restricted form of this doctrine where local governments can exercise the powers that state legislature confer on them. So that's a grant model, whereas this is, you have what we haven't taken. So nationally, quite a strong iteration of it. And even in a national picture, like some of that, the Home Rule Authority, like that's been utilized. I'm not sure if people are familiar with the opioid crisis cases. The towns were some of the first to do that, using emergency powers and other funky things. So it allows for some innovation. And for that reason, it may be of interest to the nations. And I should say, in the Settlement Act negotiations, this was relied upon expressly. They're not having recognized sovereign status under the acts, but home rule. So it's important, and it is a broad principle, and it's interpreted favorably for municipalities. So there's a presumption that their ordinances are valid unless they conflict with state law. That's because of the home rule doctrine. It exists in statute. There was a constitutional amendment to enshrine it, and all of the existing municipal laws on the books are interpreted as either limitations or affirmations of home rule power. So ever present. Second point here, finding that municipalities are very heavily entwined in the management of certain fisheries and shorelands. And then I found a variety of authorities under the Maine state statutes that allow for that role. So there's a primary role for municipalities to regulate the use and police the use of intertidal lands. That's obviously subject to state concurrent power, the rights of private property owners, upland private property owners, and also we have the public trust doctrine in Maine, which allows the public to traverse the intertidal zone, fish, fowl, access it. So it's not an exclusive authority, but they do have a role there. Second, there is conservation and opening of species-specific fisheries. So the municipalities, they're responsible for shellfish conservation and also the zoning of shoreland areas. Those are two pieces of state legislation where they are delegated authority. With the herring rights, the Commissioner of Fish and Game will lease those rights to municipalities, and then the municipalities can either utilize those rights to harvest itself or sell those rights on. So that is important. They also have a role in shellfish conservation and management, as I mentioned, the opening of flats. They prepare these conservation plans, and also, yeah, so that's related to the third one below as well, zoning of shorelands. It should be said for all of these, the role that municipalities have is subject to state oversight. So there's compliance with state plans, overarching regulations. Some instances, states, for instance, with aquaculture permitting, states retain permitting authority for some projects, in addition to the municipality. And there is this stringency standard that runs through most of the provisions, which requires the municipalities to either meet or exceed the state standards that are set. So it isn't complete latitude. And it invites quite a bit of coordination with the state agencies as well, approvals from DMR, approvals from the Commission on Fish and Game. And then I've got their contamination remediation. So municipalities also have a pronounced role under state law to deal with the lingering effects of contamination. Obviously a hot topic in Maine. The statute confirms that municipalities are empowered to file suits to abate public nuisances within their boundaries, and that could include contamination. And these suits can sound in damages. There's no precedent for invocation of this by the nations, but this is important because there are certain tribes across the country. It's sort of an underdeveloped area of law, but they do utilize public nuisance suits to deal with environmental crises, lingering effects of contamination in their water supplies, on their lands, and that is generally pursued under the federal statutes where possible. Those are more permissive structures, the federal Superfund statutes, but this is a cause of action that's available at the state and common law level as well. If it's not preempted, and if it's against the state, there's immunity issues and other things I won't get into here, but importantly for the nations in Maine, because of the Settlement Act, they're prevented generally from using those federal environmental statutes. So the confirmation of the municipal power to pursue these suits under Maine state law, that may help the nations in accessing some of those causes of action and damages for the same. And just on the remediation point as well, more protection conservation. Obviously, there are a lot of land trusts and private conservation organizations that are operating in Maine, and they're becoming quite a force in terms of fisheries restoration, dam removal, and related to that, there's this Uniform Environmental Covenants Act, which allows municipalities to be the holders of environmental protection covenants or conservation easements, and also to be the enforcers of covenants within their boundaries. So that elevates the role of municipalities in this private conservation arena. And I'm going to get into that a little bit later, but I think that's interesting how the nations might be able to utilize some of those powers to more formally entrench themselves in the conservation market. Because there was a recent report, Maine Center for Economic Policy actually said in that report that the nations are not yet qualified to hold conservation easements. I'm not sure where that comes from. There wasn't a source. I think that proposition should be interrogated given the municipal status that the nations hold. And that would be a very worthy area of future study. So I'll just flag that now, but I'll come back to that. I've also got here preservation of significant sites. There's a municipal function. They declare local historic preservation ordinances to protect historic sites of significance within their bounds. Typically historical structures, but there is precedent for tribes using similar powers under the National Historic Preservation Act to preserve sacred sites with ecological significance. So that may also be a power that's of interest. And then finally there I have enhancement of food and climate resilience. So this has an indirect impact on fisheries and coastal areas. in terms of the resources within those areas that communities depend upon. So I'm sure everyone will be familiar, this food sovereignty rights movement in Maine that ended up in a constitutional amendment and the Food Sovereignty Act that allows municipalities to adopt food sovereignty ordinances that protect traditional foodways practices, including barter and trade in a variety of local environments. And under the Act, the state commits not to enforce any of its food laws that may otherwise impact those transactions. So this Act applies to local direct producer to consumer transactions, and it relates to seafood and seafood products. Those are included in terms of food under the Act. Food producers are defined as those who grow, raise, and produce food. I've been thinking about this, whether that applies to wild harvest fishermen or whether that more aptly describes fish hatcheries and farms when you think about raising food. And certainly in the legislative material, it was very much focused on the farm industry, not the fishing industry. So sort of an open question there. What is covered in terms of fishing practices? I think because it exempts state food laws and does not exempt or purport to exempt commercial fishing licensing requirements, that kind of thing, it may not cover the field there, but sort of unclear at the moment. But an idea that Tony had when we discussed this is food sovereignty ordinances. How can these be expanded upon by the nations in ways that will better serve the community that's scattered across the state? One way is possibly through joint ordinances. So two municipalities or, two outposts of, for instance, Sipayik and Migok coming together and having a joint food ordinance to allow better sharing and wider sharing practices of food within those communities. That's an idea. And possibly permissible under the statute if you read home rule power into it as well. That's a good environment for validity. But I'll get into this a bit later about how the nations might utilize those. But just to flag that now, food sovereignty is a area of experimentation for municipalities at the moment, and one that is probably primed for the nations to become more involved in. And then secondary, the climate resilience piece. Municipalities in Maine, as they are across the country, are usurping a bigger role in climate planning, resilience, adaptation. The municipalities in Maine, they're following the state climate policy. They're developing their own climate actions plans. Some of these are intermunicipal. I should say for all of these, actually, the framework really encourages intermunicipal agreement making, the formation of regional bodies to sort of consolidate and streamline planning and management of resources. So we have river corridor commissions, we have interlocal agreements, we have these joint ordinances, joint conservation plans. So those are all features of municipal law in Maine and might be of interest to the nations, which I'll get into later. Possibly not in the form that they delivered under the statutes, but yeah, as a concept. So yeah, back to climate. A lot of the municipalities are developing these plans that include, tidal wetland migration, creating living shorelines, all ways to build climate resilience. There's some interesting ones in Washington, which include fish habitat connectivity and restoration as part of their climate plans. And following around these efforts, there's these big conservation organizations that sort of compile resources and template plans and sort of create this bank of options for municipalities to pick up and play with to suit their own environment. So that is a place, and that's all in the report, where the nations might find some good resources to build upon. And I should say as well, with all of these powers, actually, some of them are less useful for the nations because uniquely they both own and regulate their territory. So there's less of a need to rebuff unwanted users and project proponents with strict planning control. The nation controls both and is the owner. So that removes some of the need for some of this. But I think a lot of these would be useful in terms of proactive planning. They provide precedents and deliver more developed regimes, at least in a procedural sense, and that might be of interest to the nations. It might provide a good line of defense for neighboring municipalities that are granting, permits and uses that are contrary to the values the nations are trying to protect. These sort of allow for a good line of defense and, yeah, some good proactive planning. I think while the nations have their own codes and those that I was reviewing, on the whole, they were slightly less developed than what you're seeing at the state and municipal level. So something to think about if there are pieces there that the nations want to borrow from, and equally, perhaps not. And so then here I get into the interactions with the existing rights. I was looking for examples of intertribal and municipal agreements because of the situation in Maine under the Settlement Act. Many of the agreements across the country are between tribes and the state or federal governments, and most of those are grounded in treaty rights, federally protected rights. So we're in a unique position here. I did have a look around. In terms of Maine, the memorandum of understanding between Penobscot Nation and the state is referenced in some old legal disputes that's concerning natural resources. Wasn't able to find a copy of that online, but that might be a useful template. I also found reference. This is something Rafi raised with us. I think his dad was involved in the 90s. There was an intermunicipal agreement called the Cobscook Bay Clam Restoration Project, which was a sort of regional approach to clam management. It involved 9 municipalities, one of which was Pleasant Point. So that's interesting. Wasn't able to find it online, but if anyone has any knowledge of that or access to a copy, that I think that would be very worthwhile to dig out. It was one of the only examples I came across in Maine. So that's one. I also reached out to the National Indian Law Library. They confirmed they have very few city, tribe, municipal level agreements. They provided some. Most of those were sort of wastewater service agreements, water service, cross-deputization agreements, and the like. So nothing particularly relevant for our purposes, but they were very helpful in directing me to some agreements that the city of Boulder has made with several nations in its proximity. These are the most interesting models I found. So the agreements, I've saved all of these, they're available to the commission. They integrated the protection of tribal resources into their city open space planning. Some of them created spiritual, moral, and policy partnerships with the tribes. Under these agreements, the tribes were supplying guidance in an advisory capacity to the city as they came to develop open space, plan, acquire lands, conduct heritage studies. And as part of those agreements, the tribes negotiated free passage into certain areas and expedited or deemed approvals to enter in, remain, and erect structures in certain areas for ceremonial purposes. So those are quite innovative and an interesting model that could have a really significant impact in Maine, where the nations are cut off from so much of their ancestral territories in terms of legal title, allowing for those enhanced access privileges, use and extended privileges to conduct ceremony in neighboring areas. Thinking of national parks and areas like that. That's very interesting and something that could be looked into. Obviously, that involves advocacy to local governments, but those precedents are there and able to be used. Second point, I've got the existing rights of nations parallel to municipal rights may diminish utility. I sort of already spoke to that because the nations own and then also largely exclusively regulate their lands. We don't need some of these planning controls in the same way that other municipalities might, but there are some areas where I think they are useful, and I've listed those here. These are areas for growth. So first, we have improving the geographic reach of tribal ordinances. As I mentioned, encouraging intercollaboration between municipalities. I should note there, much of this is probably already going on between the nations on a basis that is not discoverable to me doing desktop research. Utilizing some of these forms like joint ordinance, joint plan, interlocal agreement, That just provides precedence and to possibly formalize what's already going on. So I'll just mention that. The second I have there is better enforcement pathways to address contamination. This was the point I was making about the public nuisance claims and also the private conservation easements. The third point I have there is liberating food sharing practices. This was Tony's idea of joint ordinances if it was of interest, and particularly because of the non-contiguous territory that the nations hold. A single ordinance could unite already many diverse areas across the state, but the better use case for it might be for the isolated trust lands that are within other municipalities, how they can form joint ordinances with those municipalities to better spread and protect food sharing practices among members, particularly as members, come to live on or more frequently use trust lands, well off reservation. That kind of collaboration might assume a greater importance. So I have the development of emergency measures to deal with environmental crises. Some towns, they declare emergency regulations to abate, clean up, or mitigate hazards, and this gives them some enlarged powers. This came to mind actually because the Passamaquoddy nations across Maine and New Brunswick have previously joined together to declare states of emergency for the degradation of their sacred rivers, such as the Scoodic, and urged reparative action. And an area for future research here might be, what is the extent of these enlarged powers in context of emergency, and how might those apply to tidal lands and waters? Although I should say with this, arguably the nation's codes, given that they're already more flexible and less regimented than the settler municipalities, this may have less of an effect because they already contain that flexibility and don't need to develop an emergency charter of powers that they can access. And then finally, the stronger role for the nations in the private conservation arena. I already spoke to this, but many municipalities in Maine are signaling in their plans and formal documents their intention to collaborate with the land trusts that are operating in their boundaries. And that's for the purpose of increasing connectivity and habitat restoration in their districts. So further research could look into whether, this is wise or desirable for the nations to also signal formally. What would be the benefit of that? What might it attract? And that point that the Maine Center for Economic Policy makes about the nations not being recognized or able to be recognized as holders of conservation easements, I'd want to know more about that and why not, because that could be a very powerful tool for the nations, particularly as these trusts grow in, they're doing incredible things in terms of acquisition of land being returned and protection of vast, very important land within the state. So getting an eye on that and where the nations can fit as the municipalities do, I think would be really important moving forward. And I may have very limited information on how that's occurring as a desktop researcher. I'm sure members of the commission have worked with these trusts or have knowledge of some of the work more than I do. So there's just little visibility on how that's sort of happening in a systematized way or in a way that firmly or formally secures the nation's legal rights. So that's an area of interest, I think, moving forward. Just briefly, limitations. I mentioned this before. Many of the powers I've canvassed that relate to coastal, riverine, or shoreland areas, the structure is that they invite increased formal review and coordination with state agencies. There's additional compliance, approval of plans. There's concurrent permitting authorities. So it's not a carte blanche grant of authority, and that may or may not be desirable for the nations if you are trying to access those formal procedural mechanisms. May not be the way to go. And there's also that stringency standard. So obviously that's going to work for the nations in many respects. Additional, for instance, values that the nations are seeking to protect in terms of spiritual and ecological historic values. A higher standard may suit, but you can also imagine scenarios where development will be in conflict and that will be a limit. And then into the legal uncertainties, this sort of sits over the top of everything I've discussed. There's this question, can the nations step into the shoes of the municipalities within the state regulatory scheme in a strict sense? So obviously as part of the Settlement Acts, it was very clear that the intention was for the nations to retain the whole suite of authority that the municipalities retain under the home rule doctrine in Maine. But these specific provisions, my view is that they're not drafted with the nations in mind. Where the tribes are mentioned throughout the codes, that's expressly done, and they're distinguished from the municipalities. So the question is, whether those can be strictly accessed. I think probably more the case, it's the home rule power that would be being exercised inherently, and these provisions sort of provide a guide of a grounded example of examples of home rule power that has been affirmed by the Maine state legislature, rather than a provision that's readily available for the nations to use. It sort of gives a sense of where the nations can go. What are the parameters of municipal power, rather than you can use section X of X, So that's my thinking on it, but that's certainly an open question and not determinative. But I do think, given the history of the Settlement Act and those clear legislative expressions of intent surrounding it, rebuffing any attempt by the nations to take up some of these similar municipal functions would be very difficult. And then the second question there is, can the nations exercise home rule powers? I sort of spoke to that. What do these cover? We don't know. Amorphous, as I said, sometimes the municipalities lead. The nations may need to lead. That may or may not be an attractive option for them, but it is a broad power, and it's liberally construed in the municipality's favour. So a friendly environment in that regard, possibly far friendlier than the settlement acts have been. So that's the paper. I think looking ahead, the policy work that goes around it, what, if any, of these functions or powers I've laid out are the nation's interested in, what's useful, what's not. What are the limits of those powers and the intersections based on this research? That's what this research can be useful for, starting those conversations, and what forms of agreement might serve those interests and what language will be contained in those agreements. Those are sort of the future drafting exercises that would be guided by the nation's interests as they developed. And just to conclude here, I wanted to speak to the Commission about the possibility of getting some of this work out there. I mean, these are quite significant pieces of research. I think the more available they are, the better thinkers will see them, better conversations, projects, ideas can form. So I'm very interested in getting them out there as much as possible. That is excluding the second report I completed, the legal strategies to replace toxic fisheries. To my mind, that's more of an internal legal strategy document that's probably better not shared widely. But in terms of the sustenance report, the meaning of sustenance, that sort of general question of what it means and where it can go, and other jurisdictional examples, and this research generally about municipal status and how it fits or doesn't fit with the other rights of the nations. I think both of those would do well to be circulated and invite other people into the conversations with those pieces. So my proposal is that I workshop those into publishable format. They're very long. I think that's over 100 pages of work, just those two. So I would need to get them down a bit, and stylize them, and try to get them submitted to journals. And I would obviously come back to the Commission if there was any movement on that. But that's what I would like to ask today, whether that is something the Commission is open to. And this is quite a common thing for fellowship work. I've put some language here that I could include as a disclaimer, and that just clarifies that the views, opinions therein. I mean, none of these pieces are particularly prescriptive anyway. They're sort of background and foundational, but any views and areas contained therein are my own, and it just identifies that I conducted this research while I was placed at the Commission during this fellowship, and that's sort of the general language there. So I'd welcome the Commission's thoughts on that, and thank you again for everything and the opportunity to do this tremendous work. It's a huge privilege. So thank you.
Thank you.
You get all that?
Yeah. Hey, she said, no, that's fine. Yeah, she didn't take any questions. Just kidding.
You could email her.
Yeah. So what time is it in Australia?
I'm not sure what the difference is.
11:54.
Oh,
No, here. No, that's here. You want to know in Australia?
Oh, out there.
You know, it's like 12 hours difference.
is it, yeah,
That's a lot. Yeah, I think it is 12.
halfway around?
Um,
So you recorded that Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. And what time of day were you?
3:45 or
Yeah.
3:45,
In the afternoon?
Yeah.
Oh,
What
okay.
time?
around 3:45 our time.
So like 3:45 in the morning.
I don't think so, because we did it at that time because it was a good time for her, but I'm not
Maybe
sure.
it's something weird, like 18 hours difference.
Hmm.
So it seemed like it was a 2-day trip to get there. I'd have to look it up.
All right.
So what she was asking for was permission to publish that, her work. And Judd hasn't had a chance to read through the whole thing, so I think I'd like to have him do that.
Yeah, I'd actually like to see it or get it and
Yeah.
hear it with headphones, because her voice was hard to.
When she's doing it, because I was on Zoom at the same time she was, I could have the closed captioning, and that was so helpful, because I even do that for English movies.
Yeah. Okay.
So that can happen that way, but yeah, all her paper, I only gave you like the summary, like the introduction and the conclusion, but all of our papers are available, I think, posted on our website. Perhaps, maybe not the second one, because the second one was more about something more aimed like toward litigation. Put that out there.
And do we have Matt coming in at noon, 12:30? I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And, well, no, he may be in at 1. He said he had another meeting that conflicted,
Oh, okay.
but the president, Nicole, she's available at 12:30.
Okay.
So he'll get, when he gets here.
I'm sorry, who's on in the afternoon?
Nicole
Great.
Francis, who's the chair of the board of directors of the four directions.
And do you say there's somebody else coming?
Matthew Lewis, who's their executive director.
Oh,
They're appearing by Zoom.
okay.
Can I raise a question, Noel?
Yes.
I think you're leaning towards a break here until 12:30. Just on that particular agenda item, Jill, you had mentioned that some of her work, some of her research is available at the MITSC office. And then some of her work has been posted to the MITSC website. I think I'm really interested in what you had mentioned earlier relating to some of the work that was pulled around the Indian agent.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably in our shared drive. We have a library online. So I'll have to check and see if that's made it to the website itself.
Rachel, you have access to that?
Jill and I both have access to the Google Drive. I don't know that we've published any of her work yet on the website.
Okay.
So if you can just tell me what you want on the website, Rob and I can make sure.
Well, with the commissioners, I would share the Rena just asked for the piece on the Indian agent pieces, and then this last presentation as well.
Right.
Just a final
Right.
question, when will this information potentially be available so that I could pass it on to Chief Bassett?
I think the Indian agent work would go into the library. So you'd be involved in that. So I'm not sure how long that takes, but.
Well, the paperwork.
Send them beforehand.
Or send her a link.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that information probably could be shared readily. I mean, I don't think that's proprietary, right?
Yeah, it's all in a folder right now in the Google Drive, and so I don't think it's a huge problem.
But those portions you definitely can have and share.
Okay, all right. Just whenever we can get some information over to Chief for him to review, because those are some, subject areas, topic areas, of course, and any additional information can be helpful.
Sure.
Thank you. Ewan?
All right, so we'll take a break for lunch and we'll see you at 12:30. Along with Nicole Francis.
What's the possibility that we might be able to get who we're missing to make a forum, Sam?
Sam probably will not be here.
Not able to.
I would say no, but we will not be quorum today, no.
Shall I turn off the mic on the live stream now?
Please,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh,
We need a visor hat or something here.
Yeah.
Nicole is not on.
I haven't seen Nicole.
Okay.
I hope she got the Zoom, the new Zoom link update. I don't see anyone asking for it.
You get it?
No, because that fabric.
hey,
Perfect for
you and Jane have to come down
Where are you?
in St. George.
Which is,
What you call the town,
Near Rockland?
is it Thomaston or is it?
Oh, near Thomaston.
Yeah, Rockland, that's my wife, is, she's teaching at, high school, older school, Rockland.
we're going to Rockland, I think, in.
Well, they're all in the same area.
Well, we're going down pretty soon for a hockey
Attorneys
tournament.
in their
Oh, but
evenings.
I'm not sure when of the dates, but
Well, you're gonna be that close, Rockland is
Yeah.
only what, 15 minutes? You guys have to come down, you just go in and something.
They get the news calling.
And then,
Sorry,
And now here.
come down, straight down.
I sent it to them, but I haven't heard from them and they're not appearing on the screen.
Number, but it's,
But I also haven't gotten an email
we'll
saying
let you know.
the Zoom link isn't
Email.
working.
yeah, we have little over 2.5 acres.
Now, Nancy said he was in another meeting.
Perfect spot to have the TV. I call it wig farm because really, even the houses that we have, are wig farm.
Wig farm,
It's your home, it's your dwelling. So.
do they have a phone number, Rachel?
Yeah, I called her.
I would
I
give them a call. Everything I own is low on battery here.
Nell, what area are you in? What area?
Enfield,
Huh?
Enfield, Lincoln.
Okay. So, so you're right by our, Madam Esconis.
What's that?
You're right by our Madam Esconis, like.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right, huh?
right.
They're in.
Now that I'm home, I can do my own hunting
Yeah.
and get something.
Get something, yeah.
Well, because, the situation, I've been bouncing back and forth with Baltimore.
Oh, yes.
But, with, the health issues, my wife was having down in Baltimore. I had to kind of stay close. And, so I was kind of forced to find a designated hunter. Normally, I'm a designated hunter, I usually have 7 tags.
Yeah.
But one of them being my own. But, I had to rely on the designated hunter for me. And, they didn't get me anything. And the thing is, that, normally he fills all of his tags too, so I usually fills mine. Mine plus the 6 people I hunted for. And, that's over at Wisconsin.
Yeah.
We have our camp right there. On the East Branch Lake.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, remember Clem Fay?
Clement Bay. Now, why does that name sound?
Well, he used to be a fisheries biologist for the Penobscot.
Okay, that's why the name sounds familiar. Yeah. Okay.
He and I spent a lot of time together on East Branch, and the perch up there are unbelievable.
Well, we now have alewives
Yeah.
in there. They did an awesome job, and with all the changes that were made, and that were clearing the way for the alewives to come back in. A lot of people didn't realize it, without the alewives. I mean, they take care of a lot of the aqua, environment, aquatic environment. So, for a lot of the fish, not just the fish, but it also helps, when the fish are healthy, well, so is a lot of the other things, you know, the other species that are involved, you know, right, the birds, the mammals, you know, it's all intertwined, which I love it. I love it out there.
The white perch should get humongous up at East Branch.
Show me that again. Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think the state record's like 2
14,
pounds.
well, biggest one I've ever seen was 17.5 inches long. If you can imagine.
Hard to imagine.
Yeah, I mean,
I've not seen them that big. My brother used to fish out there a lot. You know, 'cause, you know, he would have a camp right there. He'd go down to the shoreline. He had a little dock that
yeah,
pull up every time, you know, but you go out there canoeing and fishing. He'd pull in some fish and hook it up right there in the camp. But yeah, I never saw them that big, but they were pretty good size.
yeah, where the 17.5 incher was at Westlake, out by Nicotawas,
Where?
Westlake,
Westlake.
Nicotawas, out that country. Hancock County, anyhow. I came up to a guy and I asked him how the fishing was, and he kind of shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. And I looked down and I saw a fin sticking out of the snow. I said, well, what's that? He said, well, I don't know. I said, what do you mean you don't know? I said, let's take a look at it. That was a big white perch. He said, I've never seen a white perch that big. I didn't think it could be. So he wasn't going to say anything.
You know, I can never figure out, you know, sometimes you got the size limits and stuff like that. I'm thinking, you know what? We never, when we're hungry, we never, you know, figure it out whether it's too big or too small. You know, we need to eat, we ate. You know, but I understand, you know, with the way things are nowadays, you have, you know, you need them to survive, like, you know, because the cool thing is the changes that are being made with the dams. That's gonna make a big difference. It has made a big difference. I mean, look, we have alewives now in these Branch Lake. Where, you know, you didn't find them after a while because, you know, the damn dams.
Yeah, what was the opposition then? They're going to take up all the bass fishing or something.
Yeah, the thing is you're talking about,
Any luck?
I tried and there was no answer. I wonder if maybe they're on lunch break or something.
Business to the area.
You called the office?
Yeah.
Because I guess the excitement.
Matthew
Oh,
Lewis.
someone just
They
joined.
have, you know.
Matthew Lewis,
yeah.
right?
Well, I like the fight too, but more importantly, I want Ethan,
Who is it?
you know.
It's, hello, Matt.
Hi there, how are you?
Good, thanks for joining us.
He doesn't look like Zeke.
Yeah, no problem.
Matt.
Matt, did you?
Well, welcome, Matt.
Zeke? Matt, did you change your name to Zeke?
Be close up. So.
Thank you for letting me know. Okay.
I don't eat a lot of freshwater fish anymore. Only because all the stuff that's in the water.
Are we waiting for Joe or just move on?
She was right out there, so I think you can start.
Yeah, she just went into a lady.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Hi, Matt. Welcome to the MITSC meeting. And I'm not sure what you and Jill had talked about, but talking about the development. I mean the sorry. You got up too early. Four direction development. And the development study, is that correct?
Yes, I believe there was a request to do an intro of Four Directions, talk about our work, um, and really just be, here to answer any questions and provide any insight into what we do and how we help the Wabanaki communities.
Okay, yes, so I would turn that over to you. I'm familiar with Four Directions. I started working with them back in the 80s, interactively, I guess. And, Susan Hammond was, I think, the ED at back then.
Yep, certainly.
So
So
I'll-
I had sent some materials over. I'm happy to go through those. I don't know if they're queued up or teed up. I'm happy to just kind of talk through them if they're in folks' packets. However you want me to proceed, I'm happy to do.
You can't really see me, I'm off camera, but I'm the one who could share the screen, so let me I'm assuming Jill put it in the materials packet, so I can share my screen and find that and scroll through it, if that's helpful.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Let's see.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Oh, maybe, I'm in the wrong, okay, hold on.
Give us just a sec, Matthew.
No worries.
Good.
We have an email from Graham.
Jill, yes, I can't get it to you this second, but. Okay. So.
Tell you what, while that's going around, is he still there? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can, yep.
Yeah, I've just sent around to the commissioners and staff present, and we'll send it to you in a minute. My name is Bob Checkaway. I'm one of the state members, but by way of background, I think one reason you may have gotten a call from Jill is that we're in the process of producing a study or a report on tribal enterprises in Wabanaki tribes, and somehow we became aware of the existence of Four Directions. And sorry, I just sent around a link to a piece from the Minneapolis Federal Reserve Bank charting Native development foundations across the country. If you will click on that link, it should bring up the document with its included map, which is, I guess, what they call an interactive map now, because you can mouse over it. And if you get there, you'll see that Four Directions Development is the biggest CDFI, Community Development Financial Institution, east of the Mississippi, basically, with 15,000 some odd in total assets and 15 million some odd in assets, 8,000,006 in net assets, and a surplus or deficit of $504,745, whatever that is. Do you know that, Matt, are you familiar with the map I'm speaking of?
A little bit. I don't know, I know I'm familiar with the Federal Reserve and their work and some of the studies they do. There's a lot of resources out there, as you mentioned, we're a community development financial institution. I can talk more about that as I go into my presentation.
Yeah.
But certainly that's a great segue into the work that we do.
Okay.
Thank you, Robert.
And you can just tell me when you want me to scroll down to the next slide
Certainly.
here. Okay.
Will do. Awesome. Well, first of all, thank you everybody for inviting Four Directions to speak and join. It's great to see a lot of familiar faces. As mentioned, I'm Matt Lewis. I'm the executive director for Four Directions Development Corporation. I'm a citizen of the Passamaquoddy tribe at Sabayak. I've been in this role for just about 2 years now, but I've been in the community development financial institution space for over a decade. Previously working for Penquist Cap in their CDFI branch. As alluded to, a community development financial institution is a designation we receive from the U.S. Treasury. And our role is to support economic development and provide access to capital where barriers exist. So that is our primary mission. And as you can see, our mission right there is to improve the social and economic conditions of the Wabanaki tribes in Maine, the Maliseet, Mi'kmaq, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot through education and investment in affordable housing, tribal business ventures, and Native entrepreneurship. We can go to the next slide. So Four Directions, we're a Wabanaki-led nonprofit. As I mentioned, I'm a citizen of the Penobscot Nation. We are certified by the Department of Treasury. Every year, we are required to certify that we are in the community and economic development space. We were created by Penobscot Nation in 2001 as an independent entity that we serve the Wabanaki tribes and citizens. We provide vital resources for nation building after centuries long and continued privation and its consequences. We also possess strategic capacity and historical performance to increase that impact. And we're uniquely positioned to provide Wabanaki level programs and technical assistance. And we can go to the next slide. So part of our core services can be summarized in these four general areas: small business development, residential lending, financial capabilities, and community development. In each one of those, we provide a subset of services. So in financial capabilities, which is really our base and core, we provide a lot of free financial counseling for credit building, budgeting, home ownership budgeting, home ownership borrowing and success. We also do free tax preparation, and we have a match savings account that can be leveraged to purchase a home or start a business. We also have a residential lending program. There we provide actually direct loans to tribal citizens through the form of home mortgages, home improvement, refinancing, and we also provide a down payment assistance program. We also have a small business program that provides small business loans, access to small business loans. We also have entrepreneurship centers in 2 communities right now. We hope to have them in all 5 communities in the near future. We provide artisan grants and loans to our Wabanaki artisans. We also provide free technical assistance, so business advising, if you will. Anywhere from business planning to specialized technical assistance where businesses, tribal entrepreneurs might want to focus on financial management or marketing or cash management or human resource development, those types of things. We also, excuse me, as recently, I say recently, it's been almost 7 years now, started community development work. And in this space, we're focused on helping the communities themselves and generally the tribal administrations with projects and enterprise development that they might be interested in pursuing. And we do this through construction loans, permanent loans, operating capital loans. We participate in larger deals with other financial models and structures. We also provide technical assistance and feasibility studies for industries that the tribes might be interested in exploring. A great example of this would be an aquaculture facility that we help provide the technical assistance in business plan development. We did a feasibility study for the expansion of the aquaculture facility. And when we found that that market was feasible and could handle the expansion, we helped with business plan development. And through that technical assistance, the tribe was able to secure a grant from the EDA. And Because it was a reimbursement grant, we were also able to do a bridge loan or a line of credit, so to speak, so that the tribe could do the construction, get the work done, and then seek reimbursement from the EDA. And they didn't have to lay out their cash reserves in order to achieve the project. So we're very excited about this community development program. We're looking at other ways that we can support tribes in their economic development efforts, and really excited to see a lot of success in that program. So I can go to the next slide. This is just a quick overview of our impact since inception. We've deployed over or close to 25 million in loans, and you can see the breakdown. Community development being a newer program. We've deployed 5 million in lending capital, assisted with 85 affordable elderly and single family home units and community facilities. We've provided just under 2 million to our tribal entrepreneurs and small businesses. And then one of our larger programs, the residential loan program, one that we've had since our inception, we're just under 18 million in housing loans to 271 families throughout the state and in our tribal communities. On our technical assistance side of things, you can see just over 1,700 individuals counseled through our counseling programs. We've prepared over 1,700 tax returns for folks and leveraged 555,000 in earned income tax credits, and provided over 400 tribal citizens services through our community visits. So, as you can see, we are geographically throughout the state, and we like to meet citizens where they're at. So we do a lot of community visits, mainly during the summer times when weather's nice and roads aren't so treacherous. We get up to community and just hold open office hours, so to speak. And that could be for our tribal entrepreneurs, families looking to purchase a home, families looking to work on their credit, or even just tribes who want to chat about some of their community development projects. So very excited about some of the work that we're doing there. We also have a lot of initiatives that focus on Wabanaki level initiatives. So we do housing circles with our the tribal housing directors, to just kind of hear best practices, hear some of the challenges they're facing, also lift up a lot of successes that have been seen in some communities, just sort of an idea sharing forum, so to speak. We also do industry summits. So we have been focused a lot on cultural tourism recently. This was out of really a survey we did with tribal leadership a few years back, where they wanted to focus on cultural tourism, but didn't have the internal capacity or bandwidth to really focus a lot of energy on that initiative. So Four Directions, we helped step up and provide a forum and platform for us to help those communities get engaged with that. So we have every year now, we've been doing, I believe we had our fourth one this fall, a Wabanaki Cultural Tourism Summit. Really well attended, great energy. We're seeing a lot of great initiative and projects come out of that work. We can go to the next slide. So this was some of the survey that I alluded to earlier. In 2020, it's a little dated this now, but we still rely on this to kind of help inform decisions. And we are currently working, and part of this is we're currently working on refreshing this information through what's called a CEDS, a Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy for the Wabanaki as a whole. And that work is underway. A lot of great progress on that, and excited to see that CEDS come to fruition and be finalized. So part of the survey that we use in the previous, that we've been using in the past was interviews with tribal chiefs, tribal administrative department directors, council members, leadership in the communities, is what we really focused on during this survey. And we found that sovereignty was the highest motivation for some of their strategic decisions. Economic sovereignty being, a big one of them. And, we found a lot of themes that came out of that. All the communities have a housing waiting list, folks that are trying to get into to housing. And some of the interesting discussions we've had with tribal directors is not just into some of the lower income units. It's community members that might live away that want to move back. There's in some communities zero home ownership, so there's a challenge and barrier to bringing and attracting community members back. So we're trying to address that in some of the work that we do. Obviously, there's high unemployment ranges in our communities. The poverty level is disparate with the state, also at a higher level. So there's really a need to focus on a lot of economic development and drivers that will help provide good paying jobs at all levels. The tribes are very dependent on federal funding. A lot of the tribal businesses aren't in a profitable stage. So focusing on how to correct that and get them into the black so that they can support some of their community work. There were barriers in capital and workforce. There was a lot of interest in focusing on their natural resources, things like promoting and preserving their forestry, their fisheries. Food sovereignty as well was another theme that they discussed. And then there was also interest in intertribal development, which is where cultural tourism, surfaced. So, this is that Wabanaki level, Wabanaki-wide type of strategy. And I talked about it earlier that we're currently developing a Wabanaki CEDS. I'll say CEDS, but it stands for that Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, where it's looking at opportunities for the Wabanaki to engage in economic development and how they can get there. So this has been an initiative that we've been working on for the last, I want to say, year plus, probably longer, but really a lot of the great groundwork has started to really materialize in the past year plus, where we've engaged with tribal chiefs, tribal leaders again, department directors, hearing what could be done at a Wabanaki-wide level for economic development. And as I've been mentioning, cultural tourism is one of the ones that seem the greatest fit and the easiest sort of first success for us to focus on, because all the communities have great opportunities for cultural tourism, and doing that in a meaningful and impactful way and a respectful way has been a big priority of Four Directions and the community. So a lot of great work has come out of that. And then there's also other opportunities. This could lead to other Wabanaki enterprises where the tribes can engage in these Wabanaki ventures, and as always, it's never meant to supplant what the tribes are doing, independently. It's a way to sort of amplify and also look at economies of scale. If there's an industry that could benefit all 5 communities, why not try to centralize that and benefit from those economies of scale, rather than doing something, something 5 different ways. Why not try it once where all communities have a say and input? So really excited to see where the strategy lands and to have a final draft of that. So yeah, I guess we can go to the next slide. This was a survey we did of our tribal entrepreneurs. So these are the individual Native entrepreneur, the landscaper, the carpenter, the lobsterman, varying ranges of clients that we serve and work with. We did a survey to see what some of their needs were and what they're looking to have for resources. Excuse me, I'm fighting a cough, so apologize in advance. So a lot of them needed working capital loans, equipment or working capital loans, and these are typically difficult for traditional banks to even finance. So our native entrepreneurs were definitely running up against a barrier, needing this type of capital. So we have specialized products for businesses that need these equipment loans and working capital loans. Also, almost half of them needed assistance in writing a business plan. As folks know, this is a critical document for businesses and how they operate and manage and provide their goods and services. So we're able to provide that technical assistance through the resources that we have at Four Directions. Also, a big need for marketing and sales assistance. You're not going to be generating revenue if you can't get the word out there. So helping businesses with their marketing and getting them sort of digital ready or social media ready, so that they can generate those marketing leads. A lot of folks needed bookkeeping support, as always. It's a very critical component of running a business. So we're able to also provide resources that help folks with that. Tax planning, we're able to do small business tax returns. We could do Schedule C tax returns. So we're able to also provide those services as well. So, people that didn't own a business also, in the traditional lending landscape, there's almost no startup loans that traditional banks offer unless you're borrowing against your personal credit, or taking out, a personal loan, which is sometimes how folks get their business start. So, when somebody's looking to start up a business, that barrier of getting capital to finance their equipment or working capital can be a deal breaker, and they might not start that business. So Four Directions is able to address that by providing these accessible loan products. And I touched on the other business planning things as well. So we can go to the next slide. So this kind of, summarizes kind of the key highlights that I had touched on. When talking about that comprehensive economic development strategy, we think of this, we call it sort of the Wabanaki Consortium, which is an idea of an entity that is operating Wabanaki-wide enterprises. Again, how that is structured is we're teasing out with this SEDS work to seeing how it can be organized. Also part of our survey with the leaders a few years back, we heard that broadband was a big issue. There were a lot of broadband grants that the tribes just were not going for, just because of there wasn't the capacity to engage with it, or just the time to focus on some of these broadband grants. So Four Directions hired a broadband consultant, an expert in this field, to help the tribes navigate this broadband landscape. As we know, the state invested a lot in the infrastructure for fiber. And this fiber literally goes through almost every tribal community, and the tribes are not able to tap into it. So we've been working through this broadband consultant to help the tribes access this broadband, because it's one of these cornerstones. It's one of these things that, businesses need it, enterprise needs it, individual households need it, and not having access to it and can prevent a lot of opportunities. So one of the reasons why we're focused on it. As mentioned, cultural tourism was one of the big themes from our early interviews with the chiefs. Coming up with a tourism strategy, I'm very excited to say that we came up with a cultural tourism strategy that we released back in 2024. And now we're in the implementation phase of that strategy. So very excited to see that take shape and take form. Just doing an inventory of current Wabanaki assets, where there's gaps, how we can engage with tourism, but also importantly, how to do it respectfully. I don't like that word tourism. I kind of think of it as an exploitive term. So we've really focused on making the strategic plan in a way that makes it a reciprocal and so that communities are only sharing what they want to share while protecting things that need to be protected. So it's a very mindful and thoughtful approach to the plan. And again, excited to see some of that work take shape. I touched on our small business. We have a artisan fund. We provide grants to artisans up to $2,000. Great catalyst for folks to continue with their artisan business, or perhaps these are funds that can help them get to a national show, help them with marketing, or buy the piece of equipment they need to increase their production. So excited to keep that grant funding going annually. We also had mentioned we have entrepreneurship centers in the community, in 2 communities, Holton and Pleasant Point. These entrepreneurship centers are focused on providing small business resources to any tribal citizen that is interested in entrepreneurship. So access to our technical assistance platform, our business advisors, but also other resources around the state. I like to say that Maine has a lot of great small business resources. It's just how do you connect the entrepreneur to those resources? So that's what we try to accomplish with these entrepreneurship centers. And we are going through a little bit of rebranding with those. We don't want them just to be entrepreneurship focused. Those resources will be there and plentiful, but we also want it to be just a resource hub for citizens to access these centers for resume building or online education, anything that might be useful to the tribal citizens that they might have a barrier in accessing. We want to provide as many resources as possible and easy access to them in the communities. We also use these centers for training. So when our staff are on site, we hold workshops at these centers. They're great community spaces for other departments to utilize. We're very, agnostic on who uses them. We just want them to be utilized and a benefit. And again, like I mentioned, we are hopeful to roll these out in all 5 communities in the coming months. As mentioned, talked about the community development side of things, which is focused on that Wabanaki SEDS. Housing development, as we all know, is a huge crisis in the state, and more so in the tribal communities. I mentioned it, earlier that there are, 2 communities that don't have home ownership, and that is extremely, that is a big barrier to, again, attracting tribal citizens back home, and also just getting folks that want to, that are on their home ownership journey. Without home ownership, a huge barrier. So we've been working with the tribal housing directors to see how we can help and address that. Some of the work that we found that has been really critical in this space is the need for building codes adopted by the tribal communities, as well as land use ordinances adopted by the tribal communities, so that they can subdivide some of their trust lands to allow for home ownership and purchases. Lending code is also a big component of it. Very excited to say that we had a lending code adopted at Mi'kmaq Nation early last year. So that's, one step closer to getting home ownership in that community. And then if there's, a need for funding to help, build the homes and put these in place, 4 Directions can look at creative financing models and partnerships, pulling on our partnerships to bring in capital so that we can get these housing developments underway. In communities that have had existing home ownership, we're also looking at a pilot project, that allows the housing authority to rehabilitate abandoned or blight properties. So providing the housing authority a line of credit so that they can go in, purchase a home, do a renovation, and then sell it to a tribal citizen, so that they can, again, promoting that home ownership. And that program is more designed to address that sort of, missing middle, so to speak, folks that don't quite qualify for low income housing, but want to move back to the community, but there's the housing inventory challenge. So this provides opportunities to, again, have that sort of that attraction back to the community. And as mentioned, I mean, our lending capital, we are a community development financial institution. We primarily focus on providing access to capital. So we do that through, all of the loans that I described, our residential loans, our business loans, community development loans. These are the important tools to wealth generation. One of the reasons Four Directions was formed was because there was almost no access to capital in communities. So even on Indian Island and at Sabayak and Madakmiguk, where homeownership, has been around, there was no access to capital to sell or buy a home. So if you were to sell your home, the buyer would literally have to find what they could raise in cash or in a personal loan, which often led to homes being sold for $10,000 or in a rare case, maybe $20,000, which was extremely disparate from what was happening, just in that neighboring municipality. So homes that would sell for, $100,000 or $200,000 were being sold for $10,000 because of the lack of access to capital. So it's the reason why we were formed, the reason why we're here. We address that need for capital. We come up with creative products that allow for us to, do home ownership, also do, home repair loans, small business loans, all of these loans that I speak of. We try to meet our clients, where they're at, to try and just, create success and, create this economic development, economic sovereignty in the communities. We can go to the next slide. Excellent. So these are kind of the action areas that we focus on. I kind of touched on almost all of them. We just recently did a housing needs assessment in each community, trying to address what the tribal citizens are looking for as far as housing development, housing loan products, things of, what do they want to see in their communities? What do they have challenges accessing? So we are in the middle of having that data analyzed and hope to see where we can best tailor our services and products so that we're addressing what these housing needs are. We had also did a survey a while back about rehabilitation funding. So this is, funding for like home repairs. In one, in one community, we found that I think we surveyed over 100 folks that responded, and over half of them had an immediate health need that they needed to address. This could have been a mold issue they needed to mediate, leaks in the roof, unsafe egress, regress to the home. They were nervous that their furnace was about to be on the fritz and go out. So all of these almost half of the folks had one of these challenges, and there's very little access to funding for home repair lending or home repair loans in the community. So we created a special product that could address that. So one area that we focused on, obviously safe housing is an important a need for the community, especially when in domestic violence situations. We want to make sure the communities have safe havens for folks. New community facilities. We are looking at tribal administrations that need maybe a new courthouse, new admin building, anywhere we can support in some of their infrastructure needs. We're happy to explore and partner. On the program side of things, helping with youth programs, child development programs. I mean, these are just where we can come in and, provide, excuse me, provide workshops for these programs. One area that we just recently have been engaged with is a reunification program in one of the communities. These are where tribal citizens that are reentering from incarceration or rehab are hoping to reunify with their children. We provide financial counseling to those families through tribal programs that support reunification. So again, anywhere that we can provide our workshops or our expertise, we're happy to engage with tribal community, tribal programs. Workforce development, always a key need. Where can we help and support tribal enterprises with their workforce development needs? Anywhere that we can support, we're happy to engage with tribal leadership. Leadership Council and Board Development, we'd love to see in our Wabanaki-wide initiative to help with leadership development. If someone is becoming a council member for the first time, can we provide leadership development in that space to help them be a successful and effective leader? And then, on the economic side of things, how can we just economically diversify the tribal businesses so that they're resilient and they're sovereign as they're exploring some of their projects. And we do that again, as mentioned, through the feasibility studies and capital stacking. Economic planning, that's some of the SEDS work that I mentioned earlier. Business advising services I talked about, and then some of the industries that were highlighted were the hospitality, that cultural tourism aspect of things. Agriculture, aquaculture, I mentioned before, there was a tribe where we supported aquaculture facility expansion. And then forestry products, how can we diversify some of the vast natural resources that the tribes have to help the communities? And then food and water sovereignty, of course, as always. How can we help and support some of those food sovereignty items? And one of the things is exploring some of the tribal farms. How can we help them create a business plan so that it not only supports food sovereignty for the community, which is first and foremost, but how can we make that farm economically viable so that they can continue to do so without needing these constant federal subsidies going forward. So I think that's my last slide. That's it. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions or have discussion. I know I just kind of regurgitated a lot, and I did it pretty quick and fast. So again, happy to answer questions, happy to have a conversation, and just thank you all for just giving me the opportunity to kind of give an overview of Four Directions.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you
Yes,
so much.
So it was very thorough, and I mean, I thought I was familiar with Four Directions, and I am, but there was a lot of things in here that I really didn't fully realize, I guess, that those things were offering, like that leadership development. I think that's a key part there.
Yeah, thank you.
Matt, I'm Bob Checkaway. I don't know if you can see me in that Zoom. Thank you for that. It's fascinating. I've read your website, so I thought I was familiar with some of the background, but I cannot believe the depth and breadth of activity that your organization pursues. And I'm going to barge in here because I may be asking the dumbest questions because I'm the least familiar, but is the foundation regulated as anything other than whatever the Treasury certifies it as? I mean, sorry, let me ask that. Are you regulated as a bank or a credit union or anything of that sort?
Yeah, no, great question. Thank you. So, Treasury certifies that we are, doing the community development work that we said we would do, which is investing in Native Americans in Maine. As far as the lending side of things go, we are a Maine supervised lender, so we do report. We do report so our loan originations through that supervised lending platform, which and our loan officers, our residential loan officers, do have to carry a certain license. And forgive me, I forget my acronyms. It's an NMLS. I have that license. It's an ongoing training where, basically, because of, the Great Recession that happened over a decade ago, some of the laws that were in place around mortgage lending and lending require this license. So we carry those licenses. And then, like I said, we report to the state and the federal bureaus on our work so that we stay in compliance.
Thanks. Where does the money come in from? I mean, I understand in a bank, the money comes in deposits and it's advanced out in loans, but you guys don't take deposits, right?
No, we are not a depository. Over the years, we've just built up our balance sheet. It started with funding from the CDFI fund itself. So the U.S. Treasury, when you can go and request funding to basically capitalize your loans, and they provide a little bit of set aside for administration and the development service of getting folks into loans. So in the early days, it was a combination of federal funds in the form of grants and loans. But also there were foundational and social investors that helped capitalize our loan pool. And so I'd say right now it's quite a diverse mix. Capital that we've sort of accumulated over the years through our grants from the CDFI fund. We've received some funding from other agencies, like USDA has a small business program that they help capitalize small business loans. So we received, I want to say about $1 million from USDA over the years for our small business portfolio. And then, as I mentioned, a lot of social investors, so foundations, family funds, we go and make appeals to help us capitalize our loan programs. And then grants.
The community investors, social investors, is that grants or are they loans? I mean, are you a loan broker?
Yeah, they're definitely loans. They're loans typically at a low or no interest rate. Sometimes an investor will provide us capital at like 0%. With no payment, it just balloons. We'll say in like 5 years. Generally, when that happens, I'm the one on the phone saying, "Hey, would you like to renew or forgive?" Sometimes they forgive that loan. Sometimes they renew it. So these social investors, they carry these below market rates and terms that allow us the flexibility to offer more market rate capital to our clients.
Got it. Just a narrower question. I saw a reference to matched savings. What is that?
Yeah, match savings, it's kind of like if you put $1 in, I'll put $1 in. So if a client comes in and wants to engage with our match savings program, they'll usually have a goal, and it has to be very specific. Either they want to have buy their own home, they want to start a business, or they want to save for an emergency fund. And typically what it requires is that they, set aside some dollar amount a month, regular savings. It can be, $20 a month or $100 a month. And after a set amount of time and meeting with our financial counselors, like for an emergency fund, after 6 months of savings, they then get the match. So we have funding to match their dollars. So if they set aside, $500, we'll match it with $500. So they have $1,000 accessible in an emergency fund if they need it.
I see. So like 100% interest return.
Yeah, more or less. Yep.
You mentioned leveraging the earned income credit. Can you explain that to me a little bit? I know that the earned income. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was just kind of highlighting that, we provide a free tax preparing service for tribal citizens. And those folks who've come through our tax clinics and our tax centers have brought back that $555,000.
I see. Are there any intertribal development projects that are going on now other than the cultural tourism?
I think we've been exploring some options, some opportunities. I mean, there's lots of room for Wabanaki level enterprises. We did explore some hospitality projects. We did a lot of the feasibility work. At this point, there was a lot of subsidy, a lot of federal programs that were supporting it when we started to do the work. As we know, currently, federal funding is a little bit of an uncertainty, and some of these programs did not make the project viable in its current form. So right now, we're still exploring what opportunities that are out there. But cultural tourism being kind of the one and easy one that we see as a path for the Wabanaki to engage in a joint venture.
I don't know if I'm asking anything confidential or privileged, but can you list off the businesses that are owned by any of the tribes? I know there's Passamaquoddy Maple, Passamaquoddy Wild Blueberry.
I don't have an exhaustive list. I know quite a bit of them. You know, you mentioned the Maple Company, the Blueberry Company, Passamaquoddy. Let me think of what else. I mean, I know that Penobscot Nation has their economic development program, and they engage in various enterprises. Medoknagook has Black Bear Lodge, which is a great, campground up in their community. They have various other tribal enterprises that they're engaged with.
Do you finance?
Go ahead.
Does Four Directions finance all of those or any of those?
If there's an opportunity for us to finance a project, yes. We have not those ones in particular. Not through like a loan facility. We've generally helped, like I said, with feasibility studies or business planning. I know that we helped Passamaquoddy with the maple syrup business planning and helped them secure some federal funds to get it off the ground. So, anywhere, this is, as the guy that provides loans, I always try to find a non-loan solution first. If there's an opportunity for the tribes to engage in a federal program or other programs, either state or their own funding, like we're happy to explore that. We try to see the lending side as the last option, but sometimes obviously a very necessary need when it comes to business development, enterprise development.
I read about micro capital loans empowering small individual businesses. Are you involved in that, or is that or is your artisan grant of $2,000, is that part of that kind of a program?
It's part of that program. We are exploring a small dollar loan program for our entrepreneurs. We find a lot of times that folks just need $2,000 to get the LLC formed, to get their logo and business cards printed, get their website up and running. We're able to do that, but we don't currently have like a really streamlined product. It's a lot of rigorous underwriting for $2,000.
Yeah.
Which, that's just how our policies are laid out at this moment. But we are exploring and developing a more streamlined, easily accessible small dollar loan that we can provide entrepreneurs.
Yeah, fascinating. I've taken enough time. Anybody else? What fascinating operation you run there.
Yes, it's amazing how, where Four Directions has gone. I remember when, the original inception of Four Directions, several years ago, it was kind of limited. I mean, there were some things that were going on, and there were some good things. There were some, but I know I approached. I got to go visit. But I had no clue how far Four Directions has grown, and so it's listening to a lot of the things shared. It makes me happy, to know that it's there.
Matt, we've lost our chairman for the time being, but I just sent you an email and the commissioners who are here of a link to the Minneapolis Fed's map. And I wonder, is it convenient for you to open that?
I don't know if I'm getting it. It's not coming through on my end.
Well, that figures. Let me ask you this, if you mouse on 4 directions, by the way, it says 15 employees. Does that sound right?
Right now we're at 11.
Okay.
But we also have, we do a lot of consultant work, or bring on a lot of professional consultants. So again, like that tribal broadband consultant. So I say 15 is accurate because that's who we have for consultants that are on board. Like I use a fractional CFO consultant for some of our higher finance things, the tribal broadband consultant specifically for tribal engagement. We have the Wabanaki consortium project lead who's working on the SEDS work. And then we have the cultural tourism project lead is also a consultant. So yeah, we're at 11 on the payroll, but 4 extra consultants. So yeah, I'd say 15 is accurate.
This may be difficult for you to feel because I'm looking at numbers which you can't see, but the Minneapolis Fed map says for 4 directions, total assets 15 million, total net assets 8.5 million. Is that some kind of language that's peculiar to development corporations, or do you have any idea what that's referring to? I mean, do you have $15,000 in loans held?
I need to look at it. I need to look at that map. I mean, there's well, right now we're at about 20 million in assets. More than half of that is in our loan pool. So over 10 million is out, in loans to tribal citizens and tribal enterprises. The rest of that is, waiting to be deployed, waiting for impact, so to speak.
Do you resell loans like a bank might sell its mortgages, or do you keep everything in-house?
For right now, we keep everything in-house. We're a portfolio lender, so all loans that we deploy stay in our portfolio. We do have a servicer that helps service our loans, so we don't do that in-house. However, that servicer is also a fellow CDFI, so they understand the mission work that we do. So they're not, your collection companies that that kind of have a bad name. They get what we do, because they do it as well and understand, how to interact with clients. So we do, but the investments are ours. We are exploring secondary markets, so to speak, so reselling. However, we're looking at it in a mindful approach. So we would not do it to, just any, Wells Fargo or Bank of America, or even, we'd be looking at community partners that are also socially focused, social mission focused. So some of the secondary markets that we're looking at are to other CDFIs, and primarily it's a need to if we run into a need to recapitalize. So let's say we get to that point where we deploy all of our assets. We might want to sell some of our loans so that we can bring more capital in, so we can have more impact.
Neat.
No.
I mean, I will say, I'm very privileged to be executive director for this great organization. Obviously, built on the incredible tenure of Susan Hammond, our founder. I'm very excited about where she took it. I'm excited to steward that and to grow us further. I will say there's more work to be done. There's a lot of work to be done in the Wabanaki communities as far as economic development and prosperity goes for our tribal citizens. So while it's exciting to talk about all the great things we do, there's always more work to be done, and looking at ways and partners on helping make that happen.
Question. So I know, a lot of the help has been going to, within our Wabanaki communities. But I know, we have a lot of, tribal citizens, from the various Wabanaki communities that live outside of Wabanaki, outside of the communities and, other places, in the state. So, like in my case, over in St. George. So you guys still cover that area, right?
Yeah, I mean, we'll support any tribal citizen in the state, not just the communities. I'd say probably just under half of our deployment is outside of the tribal communities. So anywhere in the state, we've got loans down to York County, obviously all the way up to Aroostook County, and everywhere in between. One of the interesting things that we are exploring is also supporting our Wabanaki citizens outside of the state. We saw a great need of that when some of the COVID funding came through. Citizens, Penobscot citizens, all the Wabanaki citizens living in Connecticut or Massachusetts or New York that were not able to access some of these programs. So we're looking to see if it's advantageous for us to explore getting into other states and markets so we can support Wabanaki that are outside of the state. So again, some of our exploratory work that we're engaged with.
Thank you.
I don't know if this is a question that's, specific to Penobscot, but I live on Indian Island and we have a whole lot of abandoned, condemnable houses just sitting there. And I think part of the problem is because of the way the land assignments have gone. People haven't written wills and we got all these fractionated interests. And now there's a building on it that's going to cost thousands of dollars to remove and no one can use it. So I guess, is there anything any program available to address that?
One of the, we encounter that a lot. When we're doing lending, we do see a lot of fractional ownership. As you mentioned, wills that weren't even drafted. So it can impede title. And that's a big barrier, not having clear title to a property. Whether it's a deed on Indian Island or, a lease assignment in Sabayak. These clear titling issues are a challenge. One of the things we've been so kind of a short answer is not specifically do we have a program, but we're looking at how can we provide access to estate attorneys in the communities to help prepare some of these wills. Also helping with that titling process, working with the courts to understand, how do we get clear title to this fractionated land, so that we can go in and, help the housing authority or the buyer coming in, if it's a buyer that wants to buy it, go in and pay to do the work and build a new home. So there's a lot to address when you're talking about that fractionated land. But it's really just kind of educating our clients when they encounter that these are the processes and the steps. The courts are very, unfortunately very familiar with, these types of challenges and do their best to address it.
Good. Anyone else? Matthew, thank you very much. Like I said, it was very enlightening for me and I've been around, Four Directions for quite a while and I'm still surprised as well.
Well, thank you all. I appreciate having this time to just speak and also see some great familiar faces. So I'm also available for any questions or follow-up afterwards. Hopefully, Jill, you can send out my email if folks don't have it. Everybody's welcome to bounce ideas off of me or just have a discussion or whatever, wherever you want the direction to go. I'm always interested in any ways that we can help and support our Wabanaki.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Take care.
You too.
Oh, they do a lot.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Motion to adjourn? No, where are we? We're at level.
Do we have a hard stop at
We do have a hard
Yeah.
stop at 2.
Yeah. And what we have left are fishing rules, Indian and staff activities.
They say Indian.
Did Bob already do, did you already do your update on,
You're more up to date than I am.
oh, no, oh, all we did was send out letters to the chiefs asking if they'd be willing to participate.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the fishing.
No, no, you could, if you want
You're
to,
more up to date than I am on both of them.
you sent more emails, so maybe you do.
On the fisheries,
Right.
we've been kind of stalled for a couple of months while the native resource managers supplied IFW with the GIS information, which is basically modern mapping. That took a long time because each time the ball goes over the net, so to speak, we have to get everybody together on one side. That takes 6 weeks. And everybody together on the other side. That takes 6 weeks. It turns out it really wasn't that big an issue at all. All IFW wanted was the part of GIS information that the tribes have regarding just boundaries and waterways. It turns out that that information is already public. Anyway, they give it to their abutters, the federal government and so on. And I think they have now supplied digitally or electronically or however it's done, all the mapping information to Jared Parker at IFW. And Jill asked him not 2 days ago or 3 days ago where he stands on that, to which the answer was he's going to be going over all of that the week of January 15. And if I get a minute before I leave for California Sunday, I'll write to the resource people and bring them up to date on that.
Hopefully we'll get a map out of that and then see if there's any rules that need to be applied to those areas.
Yeah, there've been, in addition to the change in the way maps are maintained, the tribes have acquired property since the last time we acted on it. So everybody's got to figure out what's under our jurisdiction. And on the business study, have you heard back from anybody other than?
No.
Yeah.
I had time to follow up either.
And if it's in the package, Jill's a sample, Jill's Steve Sabatis asking for approval to complete the business study.
Oh, actually, we did hear from we've got Billy
Nicholas.
Yeah, he wrote back immediately, said yes.
Wrote back immediately, said, yeah, what kind of business you talking about? The ones that are in Maine or the ones outside of Maine? Well, I didn't know about the ones outside.
He's very eager to participate.
So that's where that stands.
Thank you. We got Indian.
Yeah. Because I think the financial and staff activity reports, you have our bank balances there and you have $227,000, $870 bank. And the state allocation is $286,000. So you may ask, how did you get through the whole year and hardly spend any money? It was all the grants that we got.
Okay.
And actually Pat needs to send a bill to Cobscook because they hold on to our money and we get reimbursed from them. So we probably have even more money.
The grant money.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so we get some of that back. So that was pretty much all. I think that was covered, I believe, in our report. So the reason this issue about Indian came up was, I know when I first started, when I was thinking about came to the commission, I thought, well, tribal and Indian sounds redundant.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a whole issue of Indian. And then Wabanaki studies, well, it was Maine Indian studies, and then it went to Wabanaki studies. And I thought, now how did that happen? And there doesn't really seem to be a clear path. Like there wasn't like a law or anything that said, we'll now, get rid of using Indian throughout the laws. We'll just use Wabanaki. Just seems like it happened with that particular bill. So anyway, we had talked about revising the logo, refreshing it and cleaning it up. But before we did that, we thought, well, does the commission want to carry that word Indian forward?
I've always had an issue with the usage of the term Indian. But, I know for some reason we have, other people, amongst the indigenous population that still want to refer to as Indian. But, some people say, well, because, about Aboriginal, I said, well, that's not appropriate either. When you think about, the term, I kind of look at it, if we were looking at changing it for, the acronym MITSC, well, using the term indigenous, which we are. The difference between indigenous and Aboriginal is the fact that Aboriginal refer to people who first came to a place. Versus indigenous, we were created here. In our creation stories, it says we were created here. And I think that's the most important. And as far as using the two words, indigenous, even if we change that to indigenous and tribal, well, we have the different tribes amongst the indigenous population here. So, main Indian, main indigenous tribes,
What's a mouthful?
well, the thing is, I think it's most important. I think, we need to, we determine what we were referred to. We can, rather than calling us by our various nations within the Wabanaki peoples, I think that maintaining the, use of the I, so we can keep that, right? But take the Indian out because we're not Indian. India is across the ocean somewhere. We are indigenous.
What about, because to be consistent with Wabanaki says he the Maine Wabanaki State Commission?
It's impossible acronym.
I know.
From WSA.
Yeah.
What about you, Mr. Jackson? Robert?
I have no position.
No position?
No, I will, probably prefer over the indigenous delegation and
Nels?
I would defer.
Well, the thing is even if we go with Wabanaki, Wabanaki, the thing is, we have to realize that, we have three nations of our Wabanaki people, that are involved in this particular settlement act, which this commission is formed for, where we have the Mi'kmaq and separate settlement act. So if we claim a Wabanaki, well, we would mean that they are included as well. Unless they, decide that that's, they want to fall under the same umbrella, they're under a different settlement act.
Hold that thought. Rena?
Noel. I think I was just going to mention, exactly what's being stated right now. We're not all the term Wabanaki, yeah, but it doesn't encompass all the tribes as represented at this table because of what's being mentioned regarding the land claim settlement and then later on the Mi'kmaq. But I heard though, wasn't Chief McCormick interested in having a representative at the table?
Well, they do have a representative at the table or can, but they haven't practiced that over the past couple of years at least. But is she interested in like becoming I don't know how to say member?
Yeah. Yes.
MITSC Commission?
Weren't we up in Holton when the vice chief came over to visit and
Yep.
listened in, and wasn't it brought up maybe at that meeting or meeting after? Well, there's the ambassador. You got the scoop on this, Ambassador?
Ezekiel?
I have no update from Chief McCormick to share. I mean, I just can share what I remember. When we were up in Presque Isle, when we asked her that question, she said she was interested. I also think it's worth noting that the Mi'kmaq did have an opportunity recently, with the I forget the title of it was the attempt to bring Mi'kmaq and HPMI up to that same standard as the Passamaquoddy and Penobscot when it came to hunting and being able to operate our own police forces. And there was conversation about potentially moving that language into that bill as well to include the Mi'kmaq into MITSC, and that choice was not to do so at the time. But that was Chief Peter Paul. So if Chief McCormick wants to do that, then I think
What language are you mentioning? Wabanaki?
Equality for Wabanaki Nations Act. I think no. What was it? What was that one bill that
Back restoration.
there it is. Yeah, I mean eventually changed to something else. But yeah, that was what originally that bill was called, the Mi'kmaq Restoration one. And in those discussions, I remember in the negotiations, they lifted a whole bunch of language from the implementing act to include the Mi'kmaq, and the clause specifically having to do with MITSC was intentionally not, lifted to join it as well. So that was then. So that could be different now because it's a completely different leadership now.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
How about, sorry, so how about Joey? Just want to hear from everybody.
Joey,
I think he's coaching basketball.
Yeah, he's rapping. All right, go ahead, Bart.
So, the thing is so if, my understanding, and this is from past, reference, a couple of changeovers that we've had, but we've discussed this, for quite some time now, that the Mi'kmaq have always had a seat, during our commission meetings. However, they were not, voting, on issues. And, from what I'm hearing now is if the Mi'kmaq, that they would, come in and take the seat, become an official part of the MITSC, then that would mean we would also have to bring in all the information from their settlement act into the commission. So we would basically be working with the settlement act that covers Scott, Passamaquoddy, and Maliseet, as well as bring in the other settlement act for the Mi'kmaq. And we would be, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, it might be a little confusing for a while, but the thing is, we are all Wabanaki. And I think, working together is most important to me. But again, then it comes down to how do we do it? And I think we have some bright minds, amongst our people. Wabanaki, we're pretty smart. And I think we could figure it out if that's the case. But I think, those are things that we all have to take into mind when these, this discussion moves forward.
Yeah.
If we move forward.
And again, maybe that's something we need to put on the agenda for Mi'kmaq in particular.
To invite them.
To invite them and just have that discussion. I mean, we can speculate as what they might or what might not want to do. But it's not as simple as them wanting to come in. It would take an act of the legislature.
Yeah, I thought I saw some language at some point. Basically, all they had to do was say yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have to go and try and find that.
Well, we've always, they.
I'll defer to the lawyers.
They've had a seat in this too, but the thing, the only difference is they able to vote on,
Correct.
Official observer, right?
Yes, exactly. There you go. Yeah.
I think we'll take an act of the legislature, and that will require an invitation from the existing group, I think, and an acceptance from Mi'kmaq. And that should be it.
Yeah. And MITSC doesn't have that much to do directly with like governing the tribes. I think it's fishing. It's really the only thing that we do. And they actually have, I think they have less rights restored to them than what Penobscot and Passamaquoddy, I think, and maybe Holton Band have. Maybe it's due to their actual land base.
Just mentioning.
Right, that's why that didn't happen, so. But that's a bigger question. I was just wanted to see if you wanted to consider changing the word.
Yeah, well, or eliminating the word, Maine Travel State Commission.
Right, it could be that.
Right.
And I guess there was then the question of that has to be submitted as a bill, right?
Right.
Someone would have to sponsor a bill.
Yeah, because MITSC appears various places.
Personally, I would prefer to change the word into indigenous anyway, because that's who we are. We created here. I mean, if anything, main indigenous things. Oh,
Well, the vote's 7-1 right now, so.
well, that's okay. I'm like,
So, you don't have a core, you don't have a core.
We don't have a, yeah,
But, and I don't even know when legislation could be sponsored to do that. I'd have to wait till the fall or something.
well, we'd have to come up with an agreement on
Right.
how we're gonna move forward, right?
Be great if you could wrap it all together and involve the Mi'kmaq and then change the name and do it all in one act.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of have to look and see, almost like, I almost need a chart that says this tribe has this. Actually, Judd did do a chart for me of the different tribes and what authority they had or retained. So I will look for that. And because I think what would their obligation be besides, participating in the meetings, they'd also be asked to contribute. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, and it is too.
all right, we have to adjourn. Any objections? Seeing none, we're adjourned. Thank you.
All right.